good, looks good. There we go. Obsidian, what is up, my dude? Apologies for anybody joining the stream for my my voice, the coughing, or general lower bits of energy, but I'm gonna try to muscle through this. I'm pretty sure I got hit with the vid. Yesterday was the worst of it because it combined with an allergy attack that had me miserable. But here we are. Everything looks good on here. Shrink. Oh, nope, that wasn't supposed to happen. Streamlabs doing Streamlabs things. Okay, that still looks fine. Shrink that a bit. Shrink this a bit. Make sure the audio is coming from the right channels. It was not. Oh, son of a bitch. Okay. If it sounded weird, it should sound better now, but you might hear the clicky clicky in the background because Nvidia broadcast is lame and didn't fire up when it was supposed to. I don't know if it'll work now that we're already live. I'll try. So you might hear my keyboard sounds and shit in the background, unfortunately. Let's go ahead and get this shared. All right, NVIDIA broadcast is fired up. Doing some hauling, I'll fix you right up. Yeah, and what we're doing today is what a few people in previous streams have been asking about, which is how to grind to the whole C-sized missions. That's what you see on screen here. This is my member grind that I've done several times and made some videos on. And today we're actually going to do it. We just hit member, as we've been grinding in the PTU to get back to whole C-class missions. And let me pin this on the Deadwake X account. There we go. Repost it. Go to my big main channel where I have a whopping 5,000 followers because I'm important. Repost it there. All the likes and shares definitely help the stream get some love, get some spread. Whoop, nope, not Farzad. He's cool, but that's not what I'm doing right now. Go ahead and like and share that again. All right. Yeah, we are fresh into member in the PTU, and the game plays so good in Stanton right now because everybody's at Levski. So yeah, just to show you, we just bumped into member, finishing up like 3 or 4 missions of the junior class. I was grinding through those in the whole C, which was super cake, super easy. Finissaria, what's up? What's the benefit of ranking Covalex after unlocking the 700 KC missions? Do the missions get better? So it's actually one of the reasons that I'm doing this, is because the rumor is in 4.4 that the 700k missions are gone. I can't see that in the PTU yet because I'm not there yet, thanks to me resetting my rep a while back, unfortunately. So today we're going to grind through and we're going to see what it actually is. Made a mistake. I left my caffeine at home. Oh, shit. I kind of feel you. I'm going to be a little rough today myself. But yeah, we're we're doing my grind that I've made some videos on at Everest Harbor around Hurston. It's just these 5 99K missions that all go to basically the same 3 or 4 places. They're the HDPC distribution centers down on Hurston. And yeah, we'll see. That's the point of the grind today. We're going to grind through member using this tactic. We should probably have to do this 3 times, I think, to bust through member. There's no, like, main station hauling to be able to use the whole sea for member, so we got to resort to the raft. But this should still be pretty quick. I was going to do something else. Oh, I was checking to see if the Nvidia broadcast would come back. No, it's not going to. So, yeah, mic should sound okay, but you will be hearing a bit more audio from my background, like keyboard clicks and such, because Nvidia broadcast is really stupid and sometimes doesn't fire up immediately. But it is what it is. We'll go ahead and get into this. So, from the get-go, guys, one of the things I do, and I have no problem repeating this for people who come later to the stream, if you joined this or are watching this after the stream, I hope you find this really helpful. This is basically me live demonstrating my tactic for getting through member as fast as possible. And one of the things I do, I'll just show you on my phone, I've taken just pictures of these missions, and I do it in order. So to do this fast and to not get confused or have issues with the wrong stuff going to the wrong place because you've got like tungsten going to 3 different locations, there are a few things that we'll talk about as we're doing this, like how you can use box sizes to know you're not messing up. But what I'll do is I'll take pictures in alphabetical order. Aluminum, then quartz, then I believe it's tin, then titanium, and then tungsten. These are the same elements that are going to go to each of these locations. And what I'm going to do once I pull them up is actually load them on the raft in reverse order, like reverse alphabetically. So our drop-off points are Casio, Farnsway, Sakura, and Tisa. That should be the only 4. Sakura, Casio, Tisa, Tisa, Sakura, Casio, Sakura, Tisa, Farnsway, Casio, Farnsway, Tisa, and Sakura, Farnsway, Casio. Okay, so doing this in alphabetical order on drop-off means we're going to go Casio, Farnsway, Sakura, Tisa. Yeah, Casio, Farnsway, Sakura, Tisa. So we're going to load it backwards. We're going to load it Tisa, Sakura, Farnsway, Casio. That way when we're dropping off, we're pulling from the front, from the tractor beam, and it's real quick. It might be a little weird the first time kind of doing this method, but after you've done it 2 or 3 times, it becomes muscle memory. It becomes sort of a routine that's not hard at all. So we are going to move the raft over here. I'm going to go ahead and bring all this up first. This is the fastest way I've found and most reliable way to bust through the member grind because it's a tedious one, man. It takes a minute. Mostly just because there's not, aside from Lagrange points, there's really no other station-to-station transit. You're going from one of the L2s to like 3 or 4 different Lagrange points to Tisa or what have you. Alright, we're just going to, well, hang on. Let's just make sure we choose missions. Now select all, send it over, and send it up. This will also be faster because of our buff tractor rifle speeds. So much faster with our new tractor rifle. Alright, let's put the raft ass to the elevator there. You'll see there's quite a bit of stuff. There is definitely enough room on the raft to do all this. You're only going to be dealing with singles, doubles, and 4s. That's it. And we should be able to complete this grind and check out the experience level missions on this live stream. I'm pretty confident that I can do that. Even being a sick bastard that I am. If I mute myself to cough or go quiet, don't worry. Feel free to chat it away in the comments. I'll be as interactive and high energy as I can be, all things considered. Okay. Let's get over here. Just going to rotate this bad boy. We'll go ahead and open our doors. Let's double check. We should be pretty much lined up. Yeah. Here we go. Marquis, what's up? How's it going? Or DQ Marine, sorry. Alright, let's get it. So what I like to do is we should be able to do all this from the tractor beam. Now the tractor beam is actually fixed. Before, this was a problem when the tractor beam would stop showing information. But we should be okay now. I think that problem's been resolved, and we should be able to see what everything is, which is really cool. Let's make sure we got power to the tractor rifle, or tractor beam, sorry. Yep, we do. All right, let's get into it. So I like to spread things out by their elements and then stash them on the ship again in reverse order. So the last thing we're dropping off today is TISA before we head back to Everest to do it again. So the stuff going to TISA needs to go furthest forward on this up towards the cabin. You trying to log into the PTU or live build? Because there's been some problems. It's since it went to all waves PTU testing, it's been a bit tough. All right, let's see. Titanium is second to last as far as the alphabet goes. We're gonna stash that kind of over here. Let's see how this was organized. Is this all titanium? It'd be really sweet if it was bunched together. All right, we're just gonna kind of do this a little quick and dirty. If you get confused at all by what's going on, just let me know and I will do my best to re-explain. I don't mind explaining over and over. Don't feel bad about it. Live. Oh, yeah. I don't know much about live build currently. I've been pretty dedicated to the PTU testing. Hopefully it's not too crazy and you're able to get in. Oh, man. If this is all grouped together by product, that would be helpful. I just want to be able to access everything. See what we got here. Now this is the quartz, so this is the second product next to aluminum. So I'm going to kind of throw that over here. And you can do this part in whatever way makes sense to you. Okay, so tin. Tin I'm going to put kind of right here in the middle. Quartz I'll move over a little bit there. Tin, titanium, tungsten will go here, and aluminum will go here. Yogi, breathe deep for chest congestion, coughs. Yogi, throat comforts, a sore throat cough. Your discussion will work better than any OTC meds. I appreciate that. All my ships currently have been melted. Oh, shit. Okay, you're making some changes. Are you going for that Idris change you were talking about? Here we go. We got some quartz. The quartz is blocked by tin, which we'll put here. This is another reason the raft is so good for this, because it makes organizing so much faster since you can just use this badass ship's tractor beam. And since you can see what you're looking at, it's even better. I wish it was like the Nomad and the Connie, though, to where, like, when you're looking at something, it actually tells you what it is, so you don't have to guess. You can kind of tell by color. Like, quartz is blue. All the metals, though, are all the same gray. Alright, I'll put this here. Heard a Google rumor that this year, to prevent scalpers, only concierge members are going to have the chance to buy the Idris. Ooh. Yeah, I was not made aware of that. Again, like you said, Google rumor. I guess we'll see what's what. Alright, some more tin. We will put that here. Now, there is a, like, it's kind of hard to show without messing things up, but there is a blind spot on, this tractor beam, like right below it, that you can't really get to. It's really rare, but it can happen, so be careful when you're throwing stuff around. Alright, aluminum. That's all going to go right over here. In this area. Man, back in the day doing this particular set of missions with the Caterpillar, it'd be like a 30-minute onload session. This is probably going to be closer to like 15 minutes. Which is good, because the drop-offs are super fast. The onload is the longest part of this process. By far. So many dents on those storage containers. Yeah, Gunner, you know it. Yeah, when they actually institute, like, time and quality of cargo, it's going to make things interesting for sure. And again, I'm just organizing these by material in, like, an alphabetical fashion. Just to make this a smoother process. Here's all the quartz. Oh, the tungsten is red. Oh yeah, that's right. After the resource drive event, tungsten got a new color. So that's going to be the one. Quartz and tungsten will be obvious what they are, because tungsten will have the red markings and quartz is blue. The rest are this kind of gray color. All right. All the aluminums. Now, what's going to TISA? Oops, I didn't want to do that. So TISA is going to take titanium, tin, quartz, and aluminum. So almost all of them. We'll get to that part. I won't get too ahead of myself here. Oop. So the tin's kind of thrown around. Rougher engines being put back together. Should be done today. I was right. Cylinder's fourth rod bearing was fucked. Maybe about 20% thickness, 10% more narrow. Wow. That's kind of wild. At least you know what it is, though. Alright, the tungsten we will throw right here. Almost done with this part. I also don't mind this part of hauling, though. I mean, get some snacks, a drink, some music, and then this is just throwing freight, man. This is just part of cargo hauling, which I don't mind. And ships like the Raft just make it so much faster. Yo, Strand. Oh, don't worry, man. We just fired up. We fired up early today. I wasn't sure I was going to stream because of how I'm feeling, but people have been curious about the member grind for hauling. So what better than to demonstrate it in the PTU as I try to get back up to whole C-class missions. So we are doing my member grind. Ask all the questions you want, guys, about this. If you missed anything or you're curious or, you know, wondering what I'm doing, just let me know and I will fill you in. Almost done organizing this. I'm really glad tungsten got its own color. Being able to identify the products is nice. Also looks like coal. That's a negative review on the shot. Oh my gosh. Well, that thing got beat up, dude. That's crazy. Alright, we're almost there. Looks like we got one thing of tungsten and, I don't know, some titanium or tin left on the side there. What is this? Oh, aluminum. It's the last bit of aluminum. Sweet. Alright. We'll just throw that right here with the rest of the aluminum. Well, the tractor is probably the biggest thing just for the speed of onload, which for this technique I'm using is the lengthiest part. But also just that full access to the external grid, being able to onload and offload from the ship and then just hop out to drop the elevator. It moves a lot faster than the Taurus. And because of this open grid layout, it's easier to maneuver and put things in. Takes a lot less time than using the Taurus with its bay. The Taurus is still good. You'll probably shave off like maybe 3 to 5 minutes with the Raft. But I just like the openness, the ease of using the tractor beam. Honestly, when it comes to cargo, something like this incredibly good remote tractor turret is what makes or breaks it. And what makes the Raft the king of this size hauling versus the Taurus and other ships. I used to use a cat for this because I would basically organize each of the cat bays, 1 through 4, as the 4 drop-offs. So like bay 1 would be Casio, and then Farnsway, and then Sakura, and then Tisa. So the cat was still really good for this. I mean, I can do this in under an hour with the Raft, whereas it takes me about an hour and 15 minutes to an hour and 20 on average with the Caterpillar. So it's not bad, really. I mean, I'm just trying to grind through it as fast as I can today to get to the whole C-class missions. Any tips for Redwind hauling rep? That is something that I am not as versed in yet because in the 4.4 patch, there's really no progression with Redwind and Ling family out of Levski. And currently, the way it's organized, especially in live, Redwind sends you everywhere. It sucks, dude. It sends you to so many different locations that it's been really annoying. But I do apologize. I don't have as much experience with Redwind to give you like a really quick cut and dry way to just efficiently go through it. I hope to soon. Covalex I've mastered, but Redwind is a bit different. I do plan to grind live with Redwind since the progression in the PTU is kind of stagnant. That way I'm higher rank because I do think in 4.4 that Redwind is going to be like the king of interstellar trade. Ling family might get in there, but Redwind is definitely appears to be like the foothold of interstellar hauling. Covalex is just still Stanton, as for right now. Alright, but yeah, let's get into this. So, we're going to go alphabetical product-wise, reverse alphabetical drop-off-wise. So we got TISA spaceport. Aluminum is going. And it's 10. So it's going to be 2 4s and a double. That's how it's always going to be the highest number box for the quantity. So since it's 10, 2 4s give you 8. It would never be 2 singles after that. It'll always be 2 4s and a double. That's just how it works with the hauling. So we know the double's coming with us. I'm going to set this down. I also personally like putting the smaller stuff to the far port side of the raft personally, and putting the larger stuff towards starboard. That's just one of my quirks. That's how I like to do it. So we're going to go with the 2 aluminums. So that is 10. Whoop. There we go. Next thing going to TISA, since we're going reverse alphabetical, is the quartz. It's going to be 2 4s of quartz. So we're going to grab these 2 4s and put them next to the aluminum. So the whole goal here is that when you go to your drop-off point, you're not worried about the materials because they're already staged for you. That's the whole deal here. You're doing the staging now, taking a little bit more time now. That way, drop-off, you don't have to think about it. All right, and we got 7 tins. So 7's interesting. 7's always going to be a 4-3-2, or sorry, a 4-4-2-1 combo to get to 7. 4-2-1. Always remember that. The tin side. So because we're only dealing with 4s, singles, and doubles when it comes to this mission. Yeah, let's put this all the way back. So we got our 4. Where's our double at? Is that one? There we go. Now again, I've got pictures of this on my phone. That's what I'm using to organize this. 4, 2, and 1. I'm going to put that as far back as I can on that side. And then finally, we got, well, titanium and tungsten. Titanium is going to TISA. No tungsten's going to TISA. So, okay. TISA gets 10 titanium. All right. So, again, that's 4, 4, 2. So we'll go, whoop, one of the 4s here. And actually, just because of how this is going to be laid out, I might put the other 4 next to it there. Just to keep it all kind of to the same row of products, you know what I mean? There we go, 4, 4, and 2. Hang on. Let me drop that. Let me move this over here real quick. I don't really have a good rotational setup, so I'm kind of just letting it go how it is here. There we go. So that is all of the TISA drop. So now we can look at Sakura. Let me check the chat real quick. Had a bay for each stop. Never seen this done on a ship with one cargo bay. Curious to see which is faster. Oh, cool. I don't even need to ask questions. You explain everything in such good... thanks, man. I appreciate that. I try. Is there any time limit for accepting the contracts? I've only ever done since pickup and drop-off locations because I'm worried about not completing in time. So that's actually another thing I'm looking forward to testing with this, because time has always been superficial. There hasn't been like an actual time limit that we've had to worry about yet. So we'll see. We'll see if that factors in here. Let's see. Farnsway and Castillo for aluminum. We're looking for Sakura next. So we got quartz. 8 SU of quartz going to Sakura. So just 2 4s. And I'm just going to put these in front of the TISA stuff. There we go. Let me bust through this real quick. We got 9 tin going to Sakura, so it's going to be 2 4s and a single. Whoop, that didn't go all the way back. Let's give that a push. And a single. Give me that. Wait a minute. Hold up. That's titanium. Tin, 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 tin. Okay. Weird. Yeah, titanium should have been to the right, not to the left. I'm going to have to double check those. Alright, we will put this one in front of that one. Let's make sure. Alright, that's tin. Hang on, I gotta do a sanity check here just because, okay, those are both tin. So just that one little single of titanium got put in the wrong slot. All right. And then, let's see, 5 titanium. So a 4, a quad, and a single. Is there any tungsten going to Sakura? It should be. Yeah, 2 4s and a double. All right. Let me actually go ahead and stack that one. And it can get a little messy depending on numbers, but since they're in order of what's going where, it's not too bad. Those aren't aligned, which is strange to me. That's fine. All right, the titanium was 5, right? I'm getting ahead of myself. Yeah. So this single needs to come on here. Huh. Something get misaligned here? No, those are in the right spot. It's just perspective throwing me off. Okay, that's all that is. Yeah, just some weird perspective. Okay, sorry, that was a little weird. I'm grinding Wedwin hauling now. I found just picking up and delivering single locations member missions, I get full rep build for the mission, even if I partial to no payout. Oh, wow. So there you go. Villain by default, if you saw that in the chat, that's pretty good. Definitely advise everybody to only grind at the level you're at. Don't add smaller missions because they're going to the same location. The rep is not worth the time you're spending. Yeah, just don't do that. All right, let's yeah, that's why, because there's that extra row there. Okay, so we are taking a double with us as well. Maybe I'll do it like this. That's not bad. All right, now we will do Farnsway, which there is 8 aluminum going to Farnsway. It's easy, it's just 2 singles. Sorry, 2 quads, not 2 singles. Quartz is 2 quads and a single. So the last bit of quartz. Oh, come on. I'm just kind of like actively thinking about how I might split some of these up. Here, I'll do this. Because this is going to be offloaded before the Sakura load anyway, so that's fine. There we go. And no tin going to Farnsway. And again, I'm using my phone as a reference for what I'm looking at to keep this organized. No titanium, but 6 units of tungsten, so a quad and a double. So we'll do this to cover the back so we don't get confused at all. And then I'll throw this underneath it so it's going together. All right, back to the beginning. Casio next. We got 7, should be the last. Should be a 4, 2, and a 1. Yep, perfect. On the aluminum side. There we go. Should be the remainder of everything is left. I'm just checking just to, you know, make sure. Should be no more quartz. There should be a 4, 2, and a 1 of tin left. Yeah, look at that. Perfect. Nope. Damn it, come on. There we go. Alright. There's a 4 and a 2 of titanium. There it is. I love it when the numbers come together properly. It feels good, yeah? Alright, we'll put these up toward the front so they're easy to grab and they stand out. And then the last bit should just be a 4, 2, and a 1 of tungsten. And then we can get on with the actual drop-off. Do a final sweep. All clear. Let's get the hell out of here and go make some money. This is also going to net about 500K in just under an hour's worth of time. Oh yeah, let me take the faster route here, which is the little ladder. Just back up and drop. Because these are each paying out 99K a pop, so you're going to be just under 500K.
You are clear to launch.
Are you playing keyboard and mouse? I am keyboard and mouse when I'm FPS, or like the person. When I am on tractor beams or flying, I am on my VKB NXT Evo flight sticks. I actually really love using a tractor beam with my flight sticks. I use my left scroll for the in-out, and I use my right stick to control the tractor beam. It's awesome. Nice that it didn't give you extra cargo. I've been getting way more than the mission calls for. Interesting. See, I've never had that problem. I have had leftover cargo from other missions I've been doing kind of stick out.
Thank you.
And that can be frustrating. That's why I always, when I'm choosing the cargo, I choose the mission tab only. I'm not saying that you don't, but that's just one of the things that I do. Alright, so we're going to go Casio first. We're going to go ahead and type it in. I don't care about what mission I'm tracking, because I already know the plan here. So since we're going Casio first, it'll be the only one we can nav to once we come over here to Hurston. And because of how we loaded it, once we get down to Casio, we can just take the stuff off that's, you know, furthest back next to the tractor rifle. Or tractor beam, sorry. Alright, so we can't go to that one. It means it's got to be one of these. There we go. That should be Casio right there. As long as it is still our current nav. Yes. What's nice about these two is since they're the distribution centers, you go actually down into a hangar. Because back when I was originally doing this grind, the surface elevators were shit. We all saw that during the resource drive, how bad those were. Those were horrible. A lot better now. But still, being able to go into these hangars is pretty sweet. And drop-off usually takes less than 10 minutes full round. Because we have it all staged up already. We've already done the hard part. Again, guys, just to show you, we just bumped into member rep in the PTU, which is why we're doing this. So we'll be able to see just how much this first mission probably is going to put us about here, if I had to guess, around the R. At least I'm hoping that's about how much, because doing this like 3 to 4 times should get us completely through member. Alright, now one of my techniques here is to stay upper atmosphere and gain as much speed as possible until we're kind of directly above it. That way we're just crossing distance faster versus getting down into the atmosphere, because we're on Hurston proper, so we're dealing with full atmo, full 1G. So I'm going to stay up here at 11 kilometers at the horizon, basically until I do a full boost of all of my capacitor, which puts us around 500 meters a second, and then I'm going to start angling up. Look at that, look how fast we're cooking it on this. Now I'm going to go VTOL just to push my engines down a bit more to get that velocity indicator where I want it. Right on. Alright, now we're just going to head in. Get a good rotate. Once we get down to about 5 kilometers is when I usually call the hangar and start to really decel. I'm going as fast as I can until I get there. Alright, calling. Decelerating.
Please proceed to assigned landing bay.
Going VTOL. There's our hangar. just going to flip down in here and angle our ass toward the elevator, hop into the tractor, or actually what I'll probably do for offload is just hop out, yank it all off my tractor rifle because of how fast the tractor rifle is now. Since you got to get out of the ship anyway. Okay. Let's go gear down. About right here. Put it touch.
Landing complete.
Go ahead and open all doors as we hop out. So also give us a better visual. See, I love, that's another thing. So Strand, for the raft, the egress, being able to open the doors and just jump out like that. Oh, wow, yeah, we were a lot farther than I thought. I forgot this is a large. So, yeah, keep that in mind. Okay, so, Casio. Looking at this in reverse, it'll be this tungsten, a 432. Whoa, hang on, get over here. Jeez, this rifle's too fast. Try not to lose any of this, that would suck. All right. Let's throw that in there. Where did the one go?
I'm sorry. Due to inactivity, we have been forced to assign your landing zone to another customer.
Did the one just glitch out when I fucking hit that? Damn, that kind of sucks. Or maybe I'm crazy. Tungsten to Casio is a, yeah, it should be a 4, 2, and a 1. Oh, there it is. Yeah, it did fly. It just went that way. Okay, we found it though, guys. We're good. Crisis averted. I don't want any partials. I want full credit. We want all the rep. All right. Yep. 4 and a 2 of titanium, which should just be these. Yep. Get in there. I don't care about organization. I just want to get these off my ship. Get in there. All right. 4, 2, 1 of tin. Is this it? Yep. Throw that in there. Try not to grab anything else so I don't dislodge stuff, because that is annoying for anybody to... Okay. Alright, you guys saw that, right? That like went off screen. Definitely be careful with how fast you flick things with the tractor rifle. And then a 421 of aluminum, which should just be this right here. All right. Just like that, we're done with our first drop zone. We'll go ahead and send this down. Hopefully we get green checks across the board. That's what we want. Yeah, buddy. On to the next. Farnsway, which that one should be the coastal one. If it's dayside, you'll see that. If not, it'll just look like this one did. So it'll be a little finicky trying to get the elevator to work. But that's how fast each of the drops are, which is pretty nice. Request departure, close doors, landing gear up, heats all up.
Landing gear up.
Why is this like this?
Thank you, and please visit again.
All right. Let's go ahead and see if we can type in Farnsway now. There it is. Sweet, we got the nav. That's what I want to see. Just got to get over that 9-kilometer mark. Zip over to the next one. What's up, Sandra James? I wonder if this setup be daytime. It'd be kind of cool. Farnsway is kind of nice. It is sitting kind of on the coastal edge, so you get to see some of the ocean. Looks like it is daytime. May or may not be a storm going on. Manic Mole, what's up? How you doing? Yeah, looks like we got some inclement weather. If only I wasn't going hunting on Friday. Hey, it sounds like a fun time. Wow, this music's kind of epic. So we're doing our lateral burn to maintain high speeds as we come in. Once we're done boosting up to about 500 meters a second, about there, we'll start angling towards the facility. Through the clouds. Can't really enjoy much of the coastal look, I guess, because kind of like Florida, it's just shitty weather out of nowhere. I hope you did too, man. That'd be pretty cool. Best of luck to you. Alright, we get down to about 6 kilometers. That's when I will request a landing. We're still moving about 400 meters a second. Coming in sight. Oh, you can kind of see the water. Still kind of nice.
Thank you, and please visit again.
There we go. Get some VTOL stability going here. Perfect. Gear down. Looking good.
Landing gear down.
Go ahead and angle to the right a little bit. And come back because these hangars are bigger than I remember. Because they're large sized. There we go.
Landing.
Doors open. Pull up our pictures. What am I doing? Wrong way. This way. Still too far to the right and still way too far from the elevator. Jeez. Hey, Tune, what's up? Alright, the tungsten coming here to Farnsway is 4 and a 2, which is right here. Perfect. Really love the different colors of tungsten. Makes that a lot easier to see. Whoop. Alright, let's not push that too hard there. Yeah, I didn't know, Chronicle guys, that there was actually an extra cargo issue. Actually, with Red Wind, I know that was a problem. Raging and I ran into that quite a bit. Alright, what else is coming here? To Farnsway, no titanium.
Due to inactivity, we have been forced
No
to assign your
tin.
landing zone to another customer.
2 4s and a single of quartz, though. Here it is. Come on. Okay, guess we'll move this. There's one. Oh my gosh. Come on now. Frustrating. Gonna do cargo Tetris to get some of this to free up. It's also why it's nice to use the raft, because you got room to kind of move stuff around. Really helpful. And then aluminum should be just 2 4s. Whoop. Almost grabbed the wrong thing. I'm going to double check, but there shouldn't be any tungsten or anything coming here. This should be it. Plus, it'll also let us know. with all the green checks on the board that we want. Tungsten. I thought we already did it though, right? Yeah, tungsten's good. Yeah, let's just check when we go to drop it. It should give us the go ahead. Yeah, we're good. Cool. On to the next one, which will be Sakura Sun Magnolia Work Center, and then Tisa Spaceport, and then back up to Aorus Harbor. We'll do it again. Up the river without a raft. Hey, I've got my raft. Putting the raft to work today, trying to get to that whole sea experience in the PTU. But that does very much sound like me, just kind of floating along. Alright. Well, yeah, you guys can see how quick it is. Drop-off portion. Quest departure. Gear up, doors closed. VTOL retracted.
Landing gear up.
Ready for takeoff. I like how the altitude shows us negative 0.02. That's funny. Out into the pouring rain next to the ocean, which is that way.
Thank you, and please visit again.
What a beach day, right? Alright, so take a quick peek while we're looking at this. Sakura is going to take tungsten, titanium, tin, quartz. So everything but aluminum is going to Sakura. Interesting. Yeah, I would absolutely bet this acid rain. I wouldn't go out in it without a rebreather and a suit on, to be honest. Cargo hauling is so relaxing. Yeah, and I do agree with that. The member grind can be kind of tedious when you really want to get to the whole sea, but especially doing this style of the missions, or the planetary with the raft, it's really not bad. It's easy to organize. It's good money, too. It's 100K per mission. We're going to close out of this with about 500K in an hour or less worth of time. All while making good progress towards the experienced rake. Alright, Magnolia, because the other one is over on Microtech. This one's actually tracked, which makes that a little easier. We'll just point right to it. Yeah, I don't know the degree to which the water on Hurston is actually, like, proper water. Or if it's kind of just a placeholder. Like, I don't know what happens if you jump in it. Might have to mess with that at some point. I don't think we actually jumped. Okay, we will redo that. Some quantum shenanigans. I always seem to be getting extra cargo on small garage missions, and I haven't tried one lately. I've been mostly on Arc Raiders. Hey, how's Arc Raiders doing? I heard that there were lots of crashes and some early issues. Hopefully they've gotten those fixed, because I know a lot of people were excited to play that. Try one of these honey cough drops.
Quantum travel complete.
Alright, go lateral, burn away. This is the same tactic I used to use for the Caterpillar and all too, just trying to get max speed in the upper atmosphere before coming in. Good old physics. Alright, let's angle in. Actually got someone at this one, hell yeah. Boosting down towards the planet. I've had no issues and the solo queue is 90% friendly. I I've heard group queue is pretty much shoot on site PvP. Yeah, that sounds a little rough. Well, good. I'm glad you've had fun and haven't had too many issues. I'm excited to play Battlefield 6 now that they've gotten rid of a few of the exploits that were making my life hell. One making everybody's life hell, where people were using their sledgehammer to basically glitch the recon drone to get up on rooftops and shit, which is just really dumb.
Thank you.
The one I really hated, though, was the MR missile bug, which seems to be resolved. So that way, if somebody fires that at me, I can actually use my countermeasures to frickin' throw it off. Alright, gear down.
Landing gear down.
This should put us a bit closer to the elevator this time. Not that it was really affecting us too badly.
Landing complete.
Doors down, let's do it. So everything but aluminum's coming off here. Well, we've already finished 2 of the drop-offs. I don't know how far you've been back. We are done with Casillo and Farnsway. We're at Sakura now. And let's see, Sakura is going to take 10 tungsten. So, a 2 and 2 4s. So, throw that in. There's the 1 4. A 4 and a single of titanium. Here's the 1. And we got 2 4s and a single of tin. And there we go. And then finally, it should be 2 4s of quartz. Right here. And this is precisely why I like loading it the way I do, because it is just too easy on offload. Other than throwing stuff at Mach fuck into the elevator. So we're going to make sure everything's gridded in here. There we go. Alright, that should be all good. I use the recon drone glitch only to counter others using it, and I love their safety. Their salty tears when my squad turned LMGs on the roofs. Hell yeah, dude. That's what my wife and I would do anytime we had people. There we go. All green checks, which is what we want. Anytime my wife and I were in a game where we had a bunch of guys on the roof like that, we would just take our KTSs and aim up and kill them. They were never good at the game. The guys who were doing that exploit always sucked. Like, we were sniping them from the ground and then just calling them out in chat. And it was so funny. They do get pretty salty when you point out that not only are they cheating, but they also suck at the game even while cheating. Oh, boy. But yeah, I'm excited, really excited for no more the MR cheese, because people would just hide in their little IFV and try to shoot at me because they didn't like that, if I decided to fly in the game, enemy planes didn't get to fly, nor did enemy helos. I would always have like 1 or 2 like dedicated stinger guys that anytime I was in range, they're locking me immediately, trying to get me to bait flares. It's funny. Stingers, to me, honestly, are the most dangerous thing as a pilot in that game. Alright, we're on our way now to...
Landing gear up.
Are we really on our way to our final drop-off? No shit, yeah, we are. We're already, like, done. We're heading to Tisa to finish the drop-off and then back to Everest to do it again. Holy cow. It goes by even faster when you're chatting with people. Alright. We will get up here, and then we'll target Lorville for our final drop at Tisa Spaceport.
Thank you, and please visit again.
See how much rep progress 1 loop of this made. You can sort of try to min-max this by adding a couple of the There's like 2 or 3 90k missions that also have 3 drop-offs, but you add the Covalex distribution center because you're taking stims. But to me, the trade-off of the extra mission or 2 wasn't worth the whole loop. So that's why I just do these 5 99k missions, and I do them really fast. All right. Lorville. Yeah, the MR missile should still function the same way for IFV pilots. It should still be just, once they're painted, you can lock and... Jesus, what is happening? You can lock and fire. It's just that now when you do that, we pilots will actually get warned that a missile is incoming, like you're supposed to, and be able to use our countermeasures to evade it. Before, once the MR missile fired, there was not even an incoming missile warning. The screen was as blank as my screen is here on starcitizen. There was no incoming, there's no painted, no designated. It's just nothing, and then, boom, you're dead, and it shows that you were killed by an MR missile. The Mobiglass should have a hauling planner of some kind. Makes it challenging at least for me to do 8 contract loops. Yeah, I agree. I've done this particular loop so many times that these 4 places, I just know them. Casio, Farnsway, Sakura, and Tisa. And then you might add the Covalex distribution center in there if you really want to, but I prefer to just stick to the ones I do. Because I've done this hauling grind probably like 4 or 5 times because of the PTU. One time in-game in live build, but I might be exaggerating. 3 to 4 times, including this one in the PTU, from not realizing when I wanted like to copy my account to get one of the ships that I had recently bought into the PTU that it wipes out all of your rep across the board. So I'm not wiping my PTU account again unless I have a serious need to. And yeah, this is just round 1 of this, so we're going to do it a couple of times. My goal on this stream is to get to experienced as fast as possible so we can see if there have been any meaningful changes to the whole sea missions. Alright, gear down. We're going to get as close as we can to the elevator for this one, because, I mean, it's just the rest of it. The rest of what's on the ship can just get thrown off. The raft really does make this so easy. And guys, you can rent the raft right here at Tisa Spaceport from Vantage Rentals for like 70k for 3 days. You will finish this grind doing it this way, depending on how much time you have to play, of course, in like one session. Alright, let's see how close I actually am to this time. Back up. Everything's all messed up there. There we go. Alright.
Touchdown. Welcome to Lorville.
Ah, okay, he's kind of chill. Touchdown. Welcome to Lorville. If I need credits for PTU, I'll just reset my alt for that. There you go. Yeah, actually, having an alt account makes a lot of sense for that. But it wasn't just the money, which is kind of easy to get, really. It was the, like, if I had a new ship on my account. Like, if I pledged something new. Like, I don't know. I might recopy my account again when the Ironclad hits so that I have it in the PTU for testing. I might have to do that, guys, so I might be doing this grind again in the future, but by that point, I'll be such a pro at it that over 1 or 2 PTUs, because the PTUs, they persist together like live does for itself. At least until they decide to wipe your PTU account, which doesn't happen very often. It's actually very rare. Some people think that like every time a new PTU cycle comes out for a different patch, that you're just getting wiped, but that's not true. A lot of things will carry over. It's like basically having an alt account or a second life in a lot of ways. See, I'm not even looking at my phone for what's needed here because I just know this is the final zone. So it's everything that's left, which makes this the quickest drop off of them all. We're just going to throw it all in and hope for those final green check marks, which everything else has gone well. So there's no reason that it shouldn't, but we'll see. Because, you know, Murphy and stuff. Is that it? All clear? All right. Yep. And just like that, we've done 5 missions. I've only been streaming for an hour. And the first part of the stream, we were chatting and getting things ready. So that was definitely under an hour. Really grinding it out, min-maxing, you probably can do that in like 45 minutes to 50 minutes, which is kind of insane to loop these 5 planetary missions that fast. But as you do it, you know, you just kind of build a habit and a routine. Doing everything reverse alphabetical on your onload just makes the offload procedure so quick and mindless. You'll find yourself rarely messing up. Unless, for some reason, my brain will sort of, like, not realize that tin and titanium are together. Even though they're very different words, they both have TI in them, is my justification. I don't know.
You are cleared for liftoff.
Alright. Once we're getting out of here, we'll take a look at our rep and all. But you can see the final missions are all completing,
Landing gear up.
which is really dope. And we definitely got a good chunk of change out of that. Yeah, we're at almost 2 mil now. Man, I hate YouTube sometimes. Wanted to watch on my Fire Stick, but it kept freezing. Had to swap back to my Switch. Oh, that sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. It's not fun when technology wants to be unforgiving. Alright. And we're on our way back to Aorus Harbor, where we rinse and repeat.
Good luck on your travels. As you leave our atmosphere, it's important to remember that Hurston Dynamics isn't simply known for its industrial dominance. We donate generously to a variety of worker charities.
Look at that! Look at them trying to virtue signal to us. Don't worry. You know, we donate to charity. Okay, Hurston. Well, to have the extra dialogue for the Hurston ATC there is a little sus, because we all know Hurston Dynamics is a very kind of shady business with Gavin Hurston as the CEO. Huh. Maybe they're trying to win favor because they just got the contract for the resource drive, the regen tech, and they want to bolster trust with people. Yeah, I've also noticed that too, Hayatsune, that like once it goes to live, a lot of the vocal chatter stuff doesn't make it, or they end up not bringing it out. So we'll see, because like all the ATCs have been really chatty in this build. Okay, so what I like to do actually on approach is to cruise here. 140 or so meters per second shouldn't be bad, because now we're going to grab the missions again. And well, the reason I like doing it the way I do it is because I know exactly what ones I'm going for. Just these 5 99Ks. But first, let's take a look at our rep. About what I thought. I figured it was going to get us to about the R. Hell yeah. But look at how much rep we just got from doing that loop one time. Based on that, we've got to do it 3 more times. Maybe on the last one, we'll do like 1 or 2 extra drop-offs just to finish it. Or between this one and the next one, we maybe do an extra one. I don't know. Well, we'll see if we can get this done in 2 more loops instead of 3 more loops. Sorry, those cough drops fight me. My bad, guys. I also do like that it is all under planetary. So you do get a little bit of a filter. So, planetary, 99Ks. That's all you got to do. Because they're all going to be the same. The ones you just did. I'm looking for 99K. There's one, and one right below it. Because it just makes all this tedium, these little parts like this, faster. Because you know what you're grabbing. The other one that is also a triple drop for the Covalex is a 90K. So we'll probably grab that too. Is it this one? Is it the 3 drops for stims? Nope. That is going to 4 places. That's why I don't do a lot of those, because it adds a whole other stop for each of the missions. Try to avoid that. I like to go into the ones where it's just 3. So that's 4. So there's 1 more. Looking for 99K. Where is it? 90s. 100s. The last one always wants to hide from you. Alright, we'll go a little bit more diligently here. There it is. Alright, so there's our 5. Let's double check where we're at so we don't crash anything. Okay, we'll go ahead and request. Slow down a bit.
Please proceed to assigned landing bay.
Haha, ship bodies in the unverified contracts. That's crazy. Stims, there it is. Oh, cool. This one's not going to Covalex. It's only going to the other 3. So yeah, we'll just do this one. Hell yeah. I thought it was going to take us out of our way, but it's the same places we're already going to. Ah, I wish we had done that already on the first loop. That's fine. That's fine. Now we know. There it is. Ah, these ones are got like some stuff in them. It's annoying. I feel it on my tooth. Bothering the hell out of me right now. Okay. Let's slow down here. Gear should be down. Let's get here.
Landing gear down.
There we go. Kind of want to make sure we're sort of... That was actually pretty good. Never mind. All right.
Landing complete. Have a pleasant stay.
So we will drop out and grab this. Because we gotta hit the elevator to bring everything up, but then we can use the ship's tractor beam to organize and all, which is nice and easy. Hell, I might even just do it with my tractor rifle. It's so much easier now. So this time, it's also going to come up with stims, which are very obvious because they're like med supplies. They're just in the white boxes. And it's a very small number, typically. What I will do is delete the 4 photos that I have on my phone, because I'm going to be taking more. Okay. Yeah, a little extra step of using your phone is actually really nice. Select all, send them over. Looks good. Yeah, same. The raft definitely makes me want more Argo ships. I want this, but whole sea size. I know I've said it a few times, but God, I really do. I really do. I want more Argo in the, like a real Argo cargo. You know what I mean? It probably resemble like an Argo version of like the container ships that we see on Earth. I'm a bit bummed. Currently in the process of moving, so I have to wait until I get to my new place to play. Oh, damn. That's rough. Ah, the moving process is... Oh, what am I doing? Moving process is rough too, man. So I hope it's as little frustrating as possible. That can be a real pain in the rear. I was getting ahead of myself. I gotta actually put everything on the ship before we go leave. Alright. So now we are back at our starting phase. I'm going to go ahead and get some pictures ready of the contracts. And again, I take pictures of these in alphabetical part order. So starting with aluminum. And I'm literally just snapping a photo. That's it. There's aluminum. Then it'd be quartz and stems. So quartz, stems, and then tin, titanium, tungsten. Alright, so that should be... Yep, 6 photos from aluminum to tungsten. Let's go. Let's start organizing. Alright. Tin, right in the middle. Tungsten, over here. And I'm going to try to move through this process a little faster than last time. This might be a little sloppy. We're gonna be banging around some crates. We're actually going to move tin over a little bit because we got stems now. So we're going to move these here. Careful not to let it touch the landing gear of your ship. Cargo boxes near the landing gear of your ship can still be a little sketchy. Just, you know, good practice is not to do that. Stems. Stems, at least, are super obvious. They stand out pretty clearly here. Titanium. And I just do this in my staging process again, guys, just for simplicity, for keeping things organized and separate. And then I go through my list of missions and stack them on the ship as needed. This is the, again, longest part of the whole process, really. And I don't mind it. You know, it's kind of fun, organizing shit and getting it all staged and ready. And as you get used to how you do it, you just get a bit of a routine. With this, if it isn't clear, I go alphabetical from left to right in sort of a horseshoe fashion. Because that's just what works for me when it comes to this ship. And another reason that I love the raft in this tractor beam, it just makes it way too easy. We got a lot of titanium on this order, wow. Since tungsten's a different color, I don't mind them being kind of close together too, because it's easy to keep them separate. I love that. I want more like identifiable tags on crates for all of us haulers. You know, to be like, alright, I know what that is because of the crate it's in. Most of the metals for the longest time have all been the same kind of generic gray and black. Here, I'm going to get that out of the way so I can actually see what I'm picking up behind it. There we go. Lots of tin too, damn. Jeez. Tin for days. Alright, there's some aluminum. Put that over here. More tungsten, it looks like. Yep. Wait. Trying to also not knock the boxes into each other and send them flying, because sometimes the way the physics collide in this game, they'll just send a box clear across the cargo deck. You're like, great, well, I gotta go find that friggin' thing now. What is this? More tungsten. Man, it's another thick load. Actually, that's not too much tungsten. Sometimes if you're too close to the ship too, it will grab the box. So if one randomly disappears, just check your cargo grid, because it probably got snapped to it. There's the quartz. We hadn't had any yet. Yeah, hopefully by doing the stims in the next 2 loops, it'll only mean we have to do this 2 more times instead of 3. That would be nice. Looks like we just got quartz and tungsten left by the look of it. There's a double. I actually haven't really done any of that. The conflicts of the system haven't really been all that appealing to me. It took advantage of supply or die in the resource drive because there was incentive there either through payout or through ship parts, but I don't know. I'm kind of ready for this frontier fighter conflict crap to be over, honestly. Okay, now let's take a look and see what is coming with, or what order we're going here for TISA and such. How about you guys? Any of you gotten into all of the frontier fighter drama? What do you think? Alright, so TISA first. We got 5 aluminum going there, so that's a quad and a single. I might do this a little differently this time and just put the metals together. So we got the aluminum and then the single. Titanium, the next one. It's another quad and a single. No, actually, I think I'm gonna do what I was doing before. I like this better, because it just keeps these from hogging up too much space back here, where I could be stacking 4s. There we go. Alright, and okay, tungsten, 2 quads going. Alright. And that is it for the TISA drop. Alright, Sakura. We got a quad and a single of aluminum. Give that one spacing there. Sakura's got a lot, it looks like. We got a quad, a double, and a single of quartz. Kind of messing with how I'm going to better organize this stuff. Quad, a double, and a single. Let me see. Can I just rotate with my mouse? There we go. Okay. We got 3 stems, so it'll be a double and a single. I wonder, I can probably pop that single in behind that double there. If I'm remembering correctly. Let's try that. Yep, there it goes. Okay. This is a haul where personally I'd rather the cat, specifically for organized purposes. My brain has formatted that better. Yeah, and that's how I used to actually usually do it. I would use the caterpillar and I would separate each drop per bay. Except for the stems, I would put those in the same bay as the Casio side. So I would just kind of set the stems aside because it's such a small quantity. But I would go Casio, Farnsway, Sakura, and TISA in module 1, 2, 3, and 4. The cat is actually fantastic for those of us who really need to have that segmented setup. It's great. It really is great. And you can still get it done in about an hour or so, especially with the sped up tractor rifle physics. Shouldn't be too bad. All right, so we did stems. Next is tin. 2 quads and a single. Should be right here. Well, let's see real quick. Titanium is the last thing going. And it's going to be a quad and a single. So actually, I'm going to set that there. And then I'm going to do this. Oh, motherfucker. Oh, come on. Just push in. Come on, buddy. I just need you to grid one spot inward. I think it's sliding. I'm just like... Ah, it's so annoying. Alright, we'll drop these real quick. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. I don't want to have to do all this for this one friggin' box, man. Get in there, stupid. Thank you. Make sure you're slid all the way back. Okay. Now you. And you. And now you. Alright, and we'll put the singles on this part. That's all I wanted to do. And titanium too, right? Yep. So we'll put the 2 singles for Sakura there. And that should be it. There's no tungsten going to Sakura. So now we're going into Farnsway, which we got a 4, a double, and a single of aluminum. Which is the last bit of it. will go ahead and just put these chunked together, since they'd essentially take up the space of 2 quads anyway with the way it's laid out. Alright. Quartz going to Farnsway. Yep, we got a quad and a double. Put that next to it. Whoa, buddy. Come on now. Alright. Stims, Farnsway. Yep, a double. Here, we'll actually go ahead and rotate this with my mouse, since I don't have the ability to rotate on my stick, which is kind of annoying. We'll put it there. Okay. Tin. 2 quads and a double. Son of a bitch. Come here. Oh, that's what I want. There we go. Sticky grid problems. Alright, and then... Wait. It's going to Farnsway, right? Yeah, 2 quads and a single. Always gotta be careful. Okay. Tungsten. No. Titanium. Okay. Alright, I was about to say, hold up. Wait a minute. I got something wrong. That was the tin. For 9. 2 quads and a single. Okay. Just double checking. Titanium is not going to Farnsway. That's why. Tungsten is, however, 2 quads and a double. Yeah, Sakura and Farnsway both have some pretty large drops going on here. Since this is finishing up the Sakura drop, I'm going to throw them on this side. It's kind of how my brain works for organizing sort of chaos within the... or organization within the chaos. Yeah, alright. And then the double. So we're almost to the point where we're going to be on the final drop. I'm going to put this, I think, in front of that, though, to keep that together. And I'll just kind of take a mental note. Because the rest of this is all going to Casio. Should not be any more aluminum, but we do have some quartz and stims, it looks like. Yep. A quad and a single going to Casio. Whoopsies. Let's bring that back. And then, yeah, it should just be a quad of stims. Yep, going to Casio. Perfect. I like when the numbers are all coming together, man. It's reassuring that you haven't miscounted. Alright, and tin side should just be a quad and a double. Sure is. Here, I will put that there, and we will go ahead and just put the double right here. Titanium, we've got 2 quads. Right on. That's exactly how I wanted to do that, because I can just do the 2 quads right here. See, I kind of have like an experience-based Tetris setup to where it sort of just kind of makes sense as you go. And then tungsten should be a final bit of 6. Yeah, so a quad and a double. Perfect. All right, we'll just go ahead and throw the double there and put the quad next to it, because why not? All right, final sweep. All clear. Let's get the hell out of here. That did take just under 20 minutes, it looks like. It was about 18 minutes worth of loading, which isn't too bad. Which honestly, I feel like fully loading a whole C with the tractor beams using 32s, my instinct is telling me it's going to be like a 25 to 35 minute endeavor, but I look forward to testing that in the future.
Launch complete.
Gear up, doors closed, requesting
You are clear to
departure.
launch.
Landing gear up.
Now, hopefully this gets us well over that halfway point on rep, which I imagine it would. Because we've already got a good chunk of member done now, which is awesome. Do you sometimes find that you lose scale of how big certain ships and stations are the more you play? I found in games like this, I always forget just how big some things... Yeah, absolutely. I mean, by all accounts, even this raft is not a tiny ship. You kind of think about it being small in comparison to like whole season such, but like, look at that right there.
Thank you. And please visit
Look at what's
again.
in front of us and like the way things are moving. It just shows you how massive this freaking station actually is. And then of course the planet behind it. Like, yeah, perspective can get a little crazy. Sorry about that. All right. Let's get our quantum travel going here. Hell, I'll get reminded of scale just when I decide to EVA at my whole C to move around some boxes when you're dealing with it fully extended and loaded out. It's wild. Alright, setting course, alphabetical order, Casio. Which, awesome. Right there. Love it. Are the external cargo pods working for missions yet? Autoloading has not changed, aside from the vocal ATC aspect of it. The cargo areas have gotten a makeover a little bit. Plus, the same sort of external freight elevator layout that you see at Levski. That's all through Stanton, and admittedly probably Pyro as well, which I haven't actually looked at specifically, but I would bet it's the same. Or some similarity. But don't worry, you're not forced to manually load the whole C. I was running junior missions in the same way we were running experienced whole C missions with auto-loading, and it was working like a charm. Those are on much smaller box quantities, though, even though it was loading like 4 to 5 missions onto my ship at the same time really well. The annoying part is you still sometimes have to multi-call the cargo grid for it to populate, which triggers repeated ATC voice acting. So that can get a little frustrating. Because it doesn't always respond on the first get-go, unfortunately. Does the raft fit in a medium hangar? It's a medium. Yep. That's actually what we've been functioning out of on Aorus Harbor. Down here at the distro centers will be in a large hangar, which I can kind of show you a bit more so you see the scale. But yeah, medium hangar. That's what we've been working out of on the station side. All right, 500 meters per second. Let's start angling towards the platform. Coming in nice and fast. Going to boost again. Even though the Starlancer Max is my favorite ship, I forget how big it really is until I see the TAC and everything the TAC holds, like the med bay and snubs. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, imagine the people that just kind of live and work on like their Idris or Polaris and just how massive their ships are. But when you're on them all the time, you can kind of lose sense of scale. It's like, yeah, it's just my ship.
You are clear to launch.
All right, going to start rotation. Coming into HDPC Casio. Hurston Dynamics Processing Center, HDPC. Now, some people on rare occasions have had problems with these turrets. Never. For me, in all of my experience, have I ever had any problem with one of these facilities being hostile towards me. So I don't really know what happened to the 1 or 2 people that I've mentioned they've had that issue. But yeah, so this is a large hangar, of course. So you can easily fit your caterpillars and stuff in here when you're doing these missions. So don't worry about that. But yeah, you can see the scale. Freaking huge. Alright, let's get touched down here. Get this first load dropped off. Check my alignment. Yep, that's what I thought. It was a little too far away. And I'm going to try to just remember where I'm at here now. Let's see. Let's look forward. Okay, kind of. Well, I'm looking at like where I'm lining up with this kind of stuff. Taking mental note.
Landing complete. Have a pleasant
All right,
stay.
cool. So a little blinking light is like just above our central MFD. Good to remember. All right, opening all doors. I always do that before I get out of the seat. That way I can just rapidly exit. And then we're starting here at Casio, which starts with tungsten, which is nice. There's another. I love that for the raft, though. Just pop out so fast. I think once I own the game, I'm going to make my start zone Area 18. Microtech for life. How do you feel about explicitly non-combat ships like cargo and racers having weapons? Honestly, I feel like they should have them. Because you should have the ability to try to defend yourself when ne'er-do-wells come around. I feel like to take weapons off. Honestly, this raft having 2 size 1s with 2 size 3s, I think it's stupid. I think it should have 4 size 3s. And it may just be a cargo ship, but if you got like Van Duel or just general pirates around, you should be able to defend yourself. You know what I mean? So I'm pro weapon in that regard for sure. All right, we can do a 4 and a 2 of tungsten, which is yep these last ones. Let's throw that here. Now racers having a couple of size 1s makes sense. They're such fast ships that they should just be able to get out of dodge if they're really in trouble. Alright, Casio 2 8s of titanium, which are these? No. I'm gonna have to drop the frickin' tungsten to get to it, which that is annoying. We will just move that there. Probably have to do the same with this one. Come on, you can do it. Come on. Just trying to pull it loose. Let's go. How do you think an SRV feels with nothing at all? Yeah, that's kind of shitty. I've been using a Starlancer Max in my main, but definitely think the raft might be easier to manage. Yeah, that's true. Raft is definitely a specialist in its one field. That's for sure. All right, we're just gonna have to. It also makes this part easy when you do have to kind of shuffle things around because they're being annoying. Because you have this extra grid space, especially for this particular mission set that I'm doing. There we go. Okay. Titanium. At Casio, it was just 2 quads. Alright. We got tin, a quad, and a double. So I believe I put those here. There's the double. The quad should be underneath the stems. Yep, there it is. What's nice is even if I have to move around some of this stuff here, like I know this is going to the next location, so I'm not worried about putting it back. It can just kind of sit there. It's fine. All right. Stem should just be a quad, which is right here ready for us. Hull C's barely more firepower than the raft does. Yeah. Well, no, actually. The Hull C's got about as much firepower as the Asgard minus its turret. It's got the 2 337 Panthers on the front, and it's got 2 man turrets with 337 Panthers for a total of 6 337 Panthers. Now, for its size, I do think it's underpowered. I think it should have size 4 turrets and size 4 pilot guns. Honestly, a lot of these ships, man, I would just bump up their weapon size. Like the Cat having 4 size 3s in the pilot, and then the size 4s for the manned. I think all of those should go up a size. 4 size 4s, and then 2 size 5 turrets. But, I don't know. I mean, I feel like just certain ships should have a little bit more oomph to them, especially as slow as they are to maneuver, and they should be able to defend their valuable goods. That's just me. Quartz to Casio. We got a 5 and a single, which we've got right here. Hell yeah. I'm on a work trip right now, but I miss starcitizen so much. Yo, Emilio. Yeah, I look forward to you being able to get back and play, man. I know it's got to be tough, especially with the new 4.4 stuff coming out. Don't worry, it's full of all the frustrations that you would expect in-game. And aluminum has nothing. All right, so when we go to turn this in, it should all be green checks. We should have no worries. Energy flat guns. Yeah, that would be sick. Have you had any issues with the exposed cargo? No, actually, I haven't. In the earlier days of the raft getting its rework, there were a lot of problems with misaligned cargo grids and such. Now, if you take weapons fire, ballistics weapon fire that can go through shields and hit your cargo, it can dislodge cargo. I haven't seen that in the 4.4, but that does generally happen in live. So, like, ballistics pass-through can knock cargo crates off of your external cargo grid. So that kind of sucks. But also kind of realistic. You know, a kinetic response to ballistic weapons hitting stuff, I would expect as much. Next on the list, Farnsway. We'll be starting off with a lot of tungsten, which is all that crap that we had toward the back of the ship. I can't take cargo off with tractors unless your ports are unlocked. Yes, true. Yeah, if that's what you meant, yes, that is absolutely true.
You are clear to launch.
Once it's on your cargo grid, it is secured just like your weapons ports and all would be as well. People can't just come up and take your weapons off unless you unlock your ports. So that is definitely true. And thankfully, because geez, that's one of the reasons that like for the external elevators, especially at like Levski and such, the whole C, the RAF, the whole A, anything with an external grid is going to be alright because you can manage everything from inside your secure locked ship. And they're in an armistice zone, so that people can't be like shooting at your doors to open them. But if you're in like a cat, I don't know, maybe an ironclad, a C2, anything that you have to open a door to pull stuff in, now you're exposing yourself to potential ship jackers or people like tuck on your ship and hide or whatever. We already had that problem on the very first day that I think it was the very first day I was streaming Levski, right? Or no, it was the second day because we didn't really do any missions the first day. Had a dude at the front of the cat who was like safe behind the barrier of the cat or whatever, and he ended up killing me. And I was like, all right, well that sucks. Definitely got to expect that. Your streams are the closest thing I have because of our play styles being similar. Well, I am happy to provide that for you, honestly. I like that. You know, give you a little vicarious Star Citizen action, right? I'm just excited to see if there are any real meaningful changes to the whole sea hauling side of things, which is my whole reason for doing this grind right now. Because nobody seems to have a clear-cut answer. Somebody in my Discord was saying that the big 700k missions have been removed, which I would not be surprised. I was kind of mentioning that in one of my streams, that with this big refactor happening to hauling, to maybe expect those missions to not be there anymore. So we'll see. My goal today is to try to lock in how true that is. Yo, Lawless, dude, hey, it's been a while. We are actually in the 4.4 patch now, doing the member grinds to try to get up to whole C missions in the PTU on 4.4. I love the new stuff I've already seen, but it needs work. I want them to be patient. Like, we're already in all waves of PTU, which I think is good for data collection. But I think we need to sit here, and we probably need to go through like 2 weeks of iteration to really lock this in. I hope they don't rush it. I really hope they don't rush it. Because it can be really good if they are patient, gather all this data, and make it as stable as possible. Because right now you're still having like asteroids in your hangars. My gear that I was putting on, my clothes and stuff, when I logged in, I would put them on, and then they would fall off into like an item box in the floor that I had to pick up. It was really freaking weird. There's just a lot of weird stuff going on. Size 9 torps are great for countering tuckers. Can't tuck on a ship that isn't there. Yes, I'd say that's an accurate statement. I found a dude laying flat on my raft elevator during the resource drive. He got there in 30 seconds. It took me to leave the ship and call the elevator. I'm not sure what his end plan was. Man, some people just do things to mess around. Like, I used to do that sort of stuff back in my Sea of Thieves days. Sneaking up to an unknown sloop or brig or even a galleon. And like tuck and hide, and eventually you got like barrel emotes that you could use to hide, all kinds of stuff. I have my pirating fun in that game. This game feels a bit more personal, like tucking on someone's ship and potentially ruining hours of hard work and setup.
Have a pleasant stay.
But I always go everywhere expecting the worst. And it might sound a little cynical, but if you do that and you prepare for the worst at all times, then you're probably going to be a little bit better off, right? You know, doglegging your travel, expecting people to be shit and mess around, and then being pleasantly surprised when, like this morning, before I went live, I was messing around in Nix a little bit, getting the whole sea ready, and I had a gentleman, Commander Syntax. I don't know if he'll see this by any chance. But he's like, can somebody help me? I'm in the Glacium belt, and I'm stuck in my Guardian. The Guardian, like, ate him. It was weird. He was, like, stuck in the cockpit, but not in the seat. So we partied up, and I went out and found him, and we thought we were going to have to kill him to, like, be able to pull him out of it, but we just kept janking around with the Guardian. Eventually got it, like, between me getting in and out of the Guardian cockpit, he was able to, like, squeeze out, and he finally got out of the ship, or it pushed him out. And it was just kind of a funny encounter. He was like, man, do you want any, like, money for your time or whatever? I was like, nah, it's just fun helping out another spacer, man.
Doesn't stay.
I was like, holler if you need me. I'll be in Stanton doing hauling stuff. It was cool. Yeah, so that's what I do. Venusaria, this is my egress. Because you don't get hurt, and it's so fast, and unless they got like a pulse or a dragonfly or something, they're not getting back up in there. So if my egress is always out of that airlock. Alright, I know that the 10 tungsten's going. That's another reason I love it, though, especially if you're doing stuff out in space in the raft. That ingress-egress to that airlock is so convenient. It's one of my favorite things. That and the tractor beam make the raft just incredible. Let's see. What else is going to Farn's way? We got 9 SU of 10. So 2 quads and a single. Which is probably this right here. Yep. Let's throw this over. There we go. Oh, come on. Come on, don't be stubborn. There we are. That's probably the most annoying thing about the raft, is when you're trying to move things on the grid and they're kind of like sandwiched or stuck by other things. Like, oh, come on, you're moving. I see you moving. It'll just be faster to shuffle this stuff around. So we'll move that. There it is. Sometimes you just got to move one. Sometimes you got to move like 10 things. You never know. Okay. Hey, there we go. The stims are going. So 2 SCU of stims. See, sure has been a while. Have you seen the price for Prowler Utility in game, and do you think they will stick with that price? If so, it might be a good beginner mid-tier hauler. Huh. You should have taken the money, man. No, it's fine. I'm not worried about that. It's actually a good idea, though. Checking out the hauler pricing. Actually, I guess they probably would be for sale over at New Deal, right? Because maybe after we drop this load at TISA, we can run by real quick and check on this pricing. We can see what's up. Let's see. 6 SU of quartz, so a quad and a double. Which... Oh. There's the other 2 stims. So I will put that there, and we will make sure that that actually goes down like it's supposed to. So here is the double and this quad. Hold on. No, don't go anywhere. Okay, we got it. We're good. Whew, knocked ourselves on our ass. That was hilarious. Yeah, those other stims, I guess, are probably going to soccer if I had to guess. Well, I just said guess way too many times. Yeah, okay, quad and double. Alright, anything from... Yeah, okay, we got a 4, 2, and a 1 of aluminum, which is this combo here. And this should be it. Alright, let's check it out. Yeah, the amount of times I've knocked myself on my ass throwing cargo around is hilarious. There's one of my earlier videos when I'm messing with cargo in my my Taurus, and it gets janky as the door's going up, and it shoots out and hits me and end caps me. It is one of the funniest friggin' things, dude. Beautiful. All greens. That's what we want to see. On to the next. 2 drops to go on this run. Nice and quick. And this is with me kind of casually, you know, interacting with chat and stuff too. So, depending on how y'all play, you could be running this a little faster than me. Honestly, it really is the loading and how quickly you get through that, how you organize stuff yourself to make sure things are going to the right place. I'm pretty simple. That's why I like to keep pictures on my phone. That way I can easily reference them, you know, right here to the side of my screen, and it's an easy day. All right, doors closed, gear up. Let's get ready to head to Sakura-san Magnolia Work Center. While I pop in another cough drop. Should buy frickin' stock and cough drops at this point. Alrighty. Weather's kind of rough in this spot. It's the same area that was raining earlier. See, you can see the water a little bit better.
Thank you, and please visit again.
Let's get up to about a 60-degree pitch. There we go. Yeah, I don't know what you guys think, but I'm guessing that our big Hull C style missions are probably going to shift over to Redwind Line Haul on the Interstellar side. If I was a betting man. Prowler utility at 1.6 million. You know, as an alien ship, that seems really cheap. That seems really cheap. I would expect it to be like 2.4. I feel like that's around the price that would come to mind for me. There we go. I think my main goal for this game would be to make a small org that runs bounties, then jump in salvage and cargo ships to strip the ships clean inside and out, maximize cash from each bounty. Yeah, we used to, we've done that a couple of times in our own org. We call it aggressive acquisition or aggressive salvage, where we would go out and do bounties as a group and bring a couple of vultures along, and they would, you know, scrape it up while some other guys went in and pulled components, and it's fun. Honestly, just any time you're able to get a couple of guys together in this game is a good time. It adds to the fun of the shenanigans in crazy good ways. Like, this game is enjoyable solo, but when you get a couple of like-minded people together and you go tackle a mission or just some task, I mean, even just hauling and throwing freight, it's fun. It's a good time. Yeah, I'm really trying to think, Lawless, like, where would you price it? Because I think the Prospector is around 2 million, right? So I'd probably, adding a little alien tax, I still feel like 2.4 kind of makes sense. 1.6 does feel a bit low. Call it AAA, there you go. Yeah, I've often heard, maybe even by you a while back, that the Prowler is like a really good sort of pirating cargo ship. You know, go up and, you know, nab cargo off of derelict ships. See, that is what I really like. So I guess here's a kind of a good question. What is the Nomad priced at? Because it probably would just be probably 50% more expensive than the Nomad. That's probably where I would go with it.
Thank you, and please visit again.
Because the Nomad has very similar features. External cargo, well, it's internalized in the Prowler utility. But the Nomad's got 3 size 3 weapons, 24, right? SEU cargo space, pilot controlled tractor beam. You'd place it around 6 mil. Oh, I'm also kind of thinking of like old school pricing too, because things did get more expensive. So right now, like the Saber is around 4 or 5, I want to say. I guess it depends also on which Saber you get. So for the cargo vessel, yeah, I guess 4 to 6 wouldn't be too insane. I don't know. I'd be leaning more towards 4 than 6, personally. All right, let's see if I can kind of remember my parking zone here. Should be about there. Back a little bit more. Come down. Want the light to be kind of in front of our MFD.
Landing complete. Have a pleasant stay.
I don't know if it's laid out the same exact way. Where's the light at? Ah! We're a little too far forward. Hang on.
Launch complete.
Let me hop back just a little bit.
Landing complete.
Kinda. We're a little to the left of where we were the first time. Alright, open doors, pull out. Is the Cutlass a good intro hauling ship considering its multi-role? The Cutlass is great. The Cutlass gets a lot of love. I think when I did my hauling intro video, I used the Nomad. As a starter ship, it's got pretty fantastic firepower on top of its cargo capabilities. I don't remember, where's the Cuddy sitting? The Cuddy Black, is it 56 or 64? Or is it lower? Because honestly, it's hard to not speak with sort of like ship knowledge privilege and just say, just get the raft. I mean, you really can't go wrong if you can somehow get the raft really early on. It's so, I mean, you can rent it, which is great. You can rent it super cheap at Vantage Rentals. All right, let's go over to Tungsten. We are at Sakura now. So no Tungsten, but we do have Titanium. A 5 and a single. Or sorry, a 4 and a single, which, yeah, there we go. Limited cargo room, but the Cutlass is good for anything. Yeah, the Cutlass is a really great all-arounder. A pretty solid daily driver. Wait, hang on. Titanium. But we're also dropping tin here, I believe. Yeah, that's where that single is. So we'll put this in there. 46 grid. Okay, kind of in between. Yeah, so I guess I would, if you can go Cuddy over Nomad, I would. But man, honestly, it's really hard not to recommend just going for the raft. But if you want something that's good all-arounder, like combat and stuff too, that's part of the conversation for sure. Yeah, so 2 quads and a single. So we'll go ahead and throw the tin. I'm kind of moving stuff around so I can get to it a little easier. Tin and titanium, this all has got to go. I think the aluminum's going to. Let me just see. Well, not all the aluminum's going. A 4 and a single. Or sorry, a 5. So yeah, a 4 and a single. There it is. Alright, we got the aluminum. Is there any quartz going here? Yeah, 421. So there we go. 4. Yep, and then 2-1. Here we go. Perfect. This will help me get the rest of the stuff off. And if I'm guessing right, that double stems should be going as well. Oh no, it's a 3 and a 2. So, yep, this one and the single. And then this titanium and tin should be it. And the rest will be going to Tisa. Alright, that should be all it. I've gotten 11 shoved in the back before. Or 110, is that what you're saying? But you can jam more in it off grid. That must have been a tight squeeze. I could imagine. All green. Let's go. Haven't ran into any bullshit today, so it's kind of crazy. I guess we're, our time is going to be up on that. Last bit going to Tisa. We'll go. Let me know, guys, if you want to go check the ship store for ship prices. We'll see if there's anything over at New Deal. It won't take too long to run in there if you guys want to do that. So let me know. Yo, Harry Hotspur, what's up? Never used the raft. I used X4 cargo run contracts with the hull A. 7 contracts with the Cat and then the C. Yeah, the hull A is a good little ship, honestly. That is, I believe, a 64 grid count, right? The raft is quite the jump up. The raft handles most things to where, if I'm being honest, even though I love the Cat, if you're running a raft, there's not a whole lot of incentive to go from the raft to a Cat or a C2. You're better off kind of going from a raft to a whole C. I mean, let me know what you guys think. Maybe that's a little bit of a hot take. I had never really used the C2 Hercules until recently, like messing around with putting a golem on it and a bunch of mining bags and hitting the air and halo for mining. And then I really like how the whole C flies. Honestly, the thing is nimble as hell. It's kind of surprising. The C2. Sorry, C2. In case I said whole C there. My bad. That will kind of mess me up sometimes. Yeah, let's go shopping. All right, sounds good. We'll take a peek over. I'll show you guys Vantage Rentals too, just so we can double check the pricing for the rental, see if it's changed at all for the raft. Because you can also rent the Taurus, but that only really makes sense if you're renting the Taurus to maybe go do bounties. Because if you can rent the raft, There's no reason to rent the Taurus for hauling. The Raft is just simpler. It's honestly the better option. That comes from me being primarily a Taurus main. Like, that's like, aside from the whole C, the Taurus has probably the most flight time with me. I refuse to get a C2. I will wait for the Ironclad. Yeah, would rather not, or would rather get the A2 for the cargo and the bombs. That's a good, I got no qualms with that logic, honestly. Let's go. Hello, Lorville. We are already done with this loop, which we're coming around to the 2-hour mark, and that was with extra cargo. Plus me just kind of casually chatting, so that's not bad. We're an hour and 56 minutes into the live stream. Granted, when we actually started hauling was probably 10 minutes into the stream, maybe 15. I don't know. I'd have to go back and look. Or maybe one of you can. It's no biggie either way. So we'll drop this. We'll go take a peek at the rentals and the New Deal space shop, ship shop. And then we'll do, hopefully, our last member grind before checking out Experienced. Super hot take, in my opinion. I think having the large amount of cargo space lets you stack way higher paying missions. Yeah. I just haven't personally, there hasn't, and it's not really the fault of the ships. I think it's the fault of the hauling mission kind of layout. You pretty much go from raft quantities to whole C quantities. And like, you can make some Caterpillar C2 stuff work, but like the incentive for the payout heavily favors going to the whole C once you're in that realm. Maybe that'll be different with 4.4 and the hauling rework, so to speak. Maybe there'll be more incentive to use our Caterpillars, our C2s, our Star Lancers, potentially our future Rylands. We'll have to see. Because as it's currently been laid out, after member using the raft, it doesn't make any sense to do anything other than the whole C700K missions. So we'll have to see what happens.
You can store your vehicle here.
You can store your vehicle here. So very, very direct, but he's not as mean as the guy was from the resource drive. I quit for a year and then came back, melted my Freelancer Max for the raft because of the ladder and door bugs in the Freelancer. Then I melted the raft for the Starlancer Max. There you go. Making your rounds. Yeah, no, that's fair. There is a massive difference between the cargo size of the A2 and the C2. And you have the M2 kind of right in the middle. They are selling the Prowler utility at Area 18. I'm hoping the price sticks and they actually are throwing us a bone. Okay, so it might not actually be at New Deal. We'll definitely take a peek. I miss the Raft Lovestruck paint. We need more pink liveries. Yeah, they're pretty dope. I had Lovestruck, I think, on my Ares Ion and a few other things. Ooh, okay. Drone repair station. I never actually noticed the text there. Let's go ahead and drop. We got some weird sort of gamma ray stuff happening.
Landing complete.
Okay. That's fine. Doors open. I want to like the cat more because it looks like a river barge. And I live on a river. I just can't. Don't worry. Some of us will love the Caterpillar extra just for you. Flying the A2 as a cargo ship is a great way to get shot by escort players. Solid point, actually. People see A2s and they kind of just expect shenanigans. Because big boom. Big bada boom. Alright, let's make sure these are all gridded properly. There we go. Yeah, the final drop to Tisa is really thin. Sakura took a bulk of it for sure. All right. There we go. We'll see what our rep looks like. Let's go take a peek at the shop. And I'll show everybody where the rentals are for shits and giggles, just in case anybody doesn't know or they haven't been to the one on Lorville yet, at Tisa. The raft should persist there. Hopefully it stays. Hopefully there's no issue. Oh yeah, we're rocking the Pulverizer LMG too, which doesn't have any ammo in it. That's kind of funny. I'll have to load have that problem. Can I not let me split one of these off and try. Weird. Alright, well, I'll play with that when we get back into the hangar. But yeah, right outside of the elevators, guys, you come over here and you're at Vantage Rentals. It's that easy. Right here next to the elevators, the terminal's over there, new deals right there. Vantage Rentals is right here. Just come to this terminal and take a peek at whatever you want. You can get quite a few things. And of course, Argo Raft. Oh, it's a little bit less. It was like 70K. So this is for 1 day. And I think you can go up to a full week. These are real days. For full actual 7 days for 350K. And you definitely make up the money in that time. And then here we go with new deal right here. Yeah, the raft looks like it did persist, which is good to see. I think to echo what Lawless was saying, though, the ships are probably over only at Area 18 for now, but we'll see. It's Asperia, right? That's the company. Yeah, it's alphabetical. It should be toward the top. Let's just go all manufacturers. Eclipse is almost 8 mil. Oh yeah, even the Gladiator is 2.2. So it's insane that the Prowler's 1.6. Wow. See, the Freelancer Dur is at 3. Freelancer Max is at 4. It's the same price as like a Mirai Razer. So that's wild. I would be really surprised if it stays that cheap. I like Lorville for the quick and easy locations of the shops, but I need more food vendors around. Yeah, no shit. I feel that. Connie Aquila for 11.5. Wow, the Vanguards are expensive. Over 10 mil. Really? The Mantis is 3.2. The Mole's 8, which feels about right. Bro, the Prowler is as expensive as a Grey Cat Rock. Are you really? Are you serious right now? That's funny. Or an Origin 125. Yeah, the Prowler's a steal compared to these prices. That is nutty, dude. The Eclipse is the same price as the Torpedo Gunboat. Yeah. The Redeemer is about the price of the Hull C. Hull C went down a little bit. It got a little bit of a discount. It's 15.7 instead of 16.4. Which sort of tracks with like the Hurston discount that happened. The 5% because of winning the supplier drive or resource. Second Life resource drive? Sorry. Yeah, so the Hull C is a little cheaper now by about 6 or 700,000 AUEC at 15.7. I think it is also in live. Like, that's not a 4.4 update. That's just how it is. Almost looks like a typo, yeah. Except I couldn't imagine it being like 16 mil. That'd be insane. Yeah, I'm actually surprised it is 1.6 or 1.8, you said? Do it, by Fury. No. Maybe later. We gotta finish this mission. We only gotta do this one more time, and then we can go check out Hull C stuff. Which, let's be honest, that's what you all really want to do. Come on. Do it, by Fury. So funny. I have owned a Fury and stored it in one of the bays of the Caterpillar. That's fun. If you're wondering, yeah, I wasn't planning on using the raft on this patch. with the PTU, which is why I don't have the livery. But we did put the parts in it. We took what was on my Taurus that I was planning to mess with, and we put them on the raft, just minus the livery upgrade. So it looks like a basic raft, but she's got upgraded insides. Hemera quantum drive, Shinoa power plant, icebox cooler. She's got a little something. Yeah, the Fury fits inside one of the bays of the Caterpillar. Oh, you probably typed that as I was saying it. Yes, it does, my friend. It takes some skill to get it in there in one piece and out, but you can. You definitely can. Every time I hear the word Fury, I think of best job I ever had. Hell yeah. Let's go.
Pilot, you are cleared for takeoff.
Let's see if we get the whole, what was it? Charity spiel as we leave Hurston this time. Going up. Honestly, every time I hear Fury, I just think of Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Which my wife and I really want to rewatch again because we never actually totally finished it. That show gets insane.
Please visit us again. Remember, if you're contemplating a career change, you should contact one of Hurston's resource managers for information about exciting career opportunities.
We got a whole different departure dialogue. This time about exciting career opportunities with Hurston. They are giving some love to Hurston, dude. That is clearly a step above in voice acting performance or like scripting than the other ones we've heard, right? I'm not crazy, right? That's two different, really well-spoken, not weird Hurston vocal lines. Strange. Oh yeah, that's also fair, Mad Max. Witness me! Just keep the crowing from that guy. But yeah, when I used to haul my Caterpillar around to hold on to all of my RMC from salvaging boats, like I would bring my cat out and then I'd go back and get my Vulture, salvage, and like throw the boxes into the cat for storage. But I always in Bay 4 I kept my Fury there just in case anybody wanted to mess around. Never had to use it, but it was just kind of cool knowing it was there. It was fun. Okay, so I'm going to slow down a bit to probably about 150 meters a second as we quickly get back into these contracts. Yep. Oh, don't worry, Fennis. Sorry, I'm pretty sure we're thinking about the same thing when so did we. I wanted to quit the show right there. I was not having it. That just, man, it fucked me up. Kept watching, but man, I didn't want to. That was one of those, you don't kill a character like that without some serious consequences. This is probably most people's favorite. Pocket Fury. Wait, did it say entering ungoverned? I didn't even catch that. Alright, we're just grabbing all the same 99Ks. There's one more, and then we'll grab the stems, which was the 90, which is right there. Oh, this one is going to the distribution center. So we'll have one extra stop that's outside of our normal 4. It'll be our second stop after Casio. Alright, where's our last 99K at? Always with the last one doing the hiding. There it is. Alright, come out of this. Good timing. Probably gonna be right over there. Yep. My ugly cry TV moment was Negan's first introduction on The Walking Dead. I quit the next season too. Oh. Yep. is another rough one.
Landing gear down.
Here we go. Just double check our positioning. Pretty good. All right.
Landing complete. Have a pleasant
Touchdown,
stay.
doors open. Let's do it. Hopefully, our last loop. So just 3. Doing this 3 times should be pretty much all it takes. We'll take a peek at our rep once we get these up. All right. Damn, I don't think this is going to be the last one. Ah. It's going to take a little bit more than that. It's all right. It's all right. We'll get there. Is onion soups a show? Or food? Because food, I'm down. There's not a whole lot of food I'm not down with. Unless it's really weird. Well, that's a show. No, sorry. I almost did it again. I almost went back to the cockpit. All right. Here we go again. We got the tin. Stems. So much tin. Weird foods either taste the best or the worst. Yeah. It's one thing I love that my wife likes to experiment with different foods, different recipes. She'll even like brainstorm random ideas with ChatGPT and then cook them herself. And yeah, they've come up with some pretty baller things like nacho sketty, which is sort of a loose name we've given to like a nachos recipe combined with spaghetti. That was incredible. I was like, you're gonna have to make like a what would it be? Like a cooperative cookbook with AI or something. It's like challenging weird different things and then seeing if you can actually cook it. Slice up your onions, throw them in a pot with butter, brown them instead of adding broth or deglazing with wine. Add some milk, just enough to cover the onions. That doesn't sound bad. Ghost Rider arc was sick. I know that was a random thing to reply to. I just saw that. Yeah, love me some calamari and eel. Also, actually, for the first time, had crawfish, but as like a tempura sushi, and it was really good. It's one of the things I wasn't really looking forward to trying, but it was really good that way. I've had oxtail, not had tongue. And I love barbacoa, which I think is like the cheek meat of the cow. It's freaking delicious. Some quartz aside here. Let's move this over this way a little bit. There we go. Stop grabbing the quartz. Grab the tungsten. There we go. See, you lose me at the mushrooms. I'm not a mushroom guy. Everything else sounded pretty good, though. Alright, almost got this little bit set aside, and then we will throw it on the ship and get the hell out of here. Okay. I did not take the new pictures. Hang on. Select these. Delete. And take the new ones. Oh. It's because I'm on the tractor beam. I was like, why does my Mobi glass not work? Okay, aluminum. There it is. Then quartz. Then stems. Then tin. Titanium. And tungsten. Alright. Favorite MRE meal? So, in my time on the aircraft carrier, we never had to really deal with MREs. Because we always had the ship's galley. So I was kind of spoiled in that way. Ship's life. Okay, so on one hand, you're spoiled because you get like real food. But on the other hand, sometimes you're getting purple meatloaf. So the health factor there, MRE might be better. I shit you not. Meatloaf that was like a tinge of like a lavender or purple color. We ate it though, and I mean, there was a stint on the ship where everybody went double dragon. Use your imagination on what that means. Double dragon. I don't want to explain it too much because it's kind of disgusting. Out to sea for extended periods of time. Sometimes your experience eating food that the CSs cook up in the galley are not the best. So your question about the snacks, though, I'll tell you what, you don't really think about this until you've been at sea for probably that 20 to 30 day mark. Kind of happens earlier than you think. But people start to get real antsy for certain things. Cigarettes, dip, which I don't do those. I never did those. And then other things like Uncrustables. Uncrustables were like gold on the ship. Because you never really knew if you're going to be delayed your next res or your resupply from another ship. And things would go quick. So Uncrustables and Pop-Tarts, especially not the cinnamon, the brown cinnamon sugar Pop-Tarts were the ones that were the most common, and they're not bad, but everybody was on their eyes open for the cherry-filled Pop-Tarts, specifically. So you had the Uncrustables and those Pop-Tarts, and then Rice Krispie treats that would pop up. These things became like people would be bartering like an Uncrustable and a Rice Krispie treat for a couple packs of cigarettes or something. It was funny. And pretty much you get to a point where everything you get from the galley in the ship, you add the Tapatio sauce to it to make it have some sort of flavor. It's fun times, guys. Definitely makes you appreciate going to port or getting back home. For sure. Okay, let's see. Tisa Spaceport, we've got 1 quad of quartz. I don't think we never really had nuggets. Yeah, how was submarine food life? The Carl Vincent Carrier food life, it was, you dealt with it. That's about it. All right, 7 SU of tin, so a 421. It's the simple things you take for granted that become the most treasured that went away. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Especially something as simple. And I get it, man. Like, it was day like 34 or 35 when our shop, like, basically stole its own full box of Uncrustables. And I pocketed 2 of those. And then after the gym, later that night, I had one before I went on watch. My mouth is watering now just because of the memory of it. Like, the elation of having, like, a fresh Uncrustable, like 30, 31 days out to sea, when you're sick of purple meatloaf and other nightmarish foods. That Uncrustable was, like, the best damn moment of my life in that moment. As stupid as that might be to hear, it's insane. Make sure I got, 421. I'm getting distracted here, which is fine. Distract me all you want. It's just funny if I mess shit up. 2 things of titanium, 2 8s of titanium. Apologies again. I know I don't have NVIDIA broadcast equipped, so you're also hearing my coughs more. I do apologize. I know it sucks. There we are. My C-Pup once ate just bread for a meal. Yep. He splattered Heinz 51 onto the plate and just mopped it with bread. Yeah, dude. Oh, man. I've seen that. If we would get, like, bread rolls or something, it was either that or the frickin' Tapatio sauce that everybody had on the frickin' tables in the galley. Slightly better than big boats, as the cooks only need to cook for about 100 people at the time. The third... Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's fair. That would make it... I've heard that, like, life on small boys, like DDGs, destroyers, and frigates and such, was actually, like, cream of the crop, because you weren't stuck in a tube underwater, and you weren't also stuck on, like, an LHD or one of these massive carriers with a bunch of people. I had a cup of toffee once in 6 pieces just to save me from being mugged. I had to cut up a toffee once into 6 pieces just to save me from being mugged? What? That's hilarious. Did you serve? Is that where? It's funny. Okay, I did the 2 8s of titanium. Alright. Here we go. And tungsten. We got a 4-2-1 combo. Okay. Whoops. I'd buy out the monsters from the rec committee, then resell the ones I didn't drink near the end of the underway at like $5 a pop. Rec com always got mad because I'd owe like nothing on my bill. That's amazing. Yep. Yeah, that was another thing that was very rare, especially if you liked the sugar-free stuff. Which, that is me. I was a big fan of. That's basically what I drink, are sugar-free rock stars or sugar-free monsters. That is my jam. Basically, probably made it. My blood's probably made of it at this point, how much of it I drank in the military. I made the switch to zero sugar pretty quick, because I'm a pretty health-conscious person, you know, when it comes to nutrition. But I'm also, like, not scared of foods. Like, there really is no, like, truly, like bad food, evil foods. It's just people with bad habits. All right, Sakura next. A quad and a single. Here, I'm going to separate that like I did last time with a little bit of space. I think just the one? Yeah. Wait. Let's bring it up one more. There we go. Okay, and anything else going? So, 2 quads and a single of quartz going to Sakura. What do you use to keep track of the cargo? So, what I do is I take a picture of each contract in alphabetical order on my phone. Alphabetical order of the material. So, like aluminum, then quartz, then stems, then tin, titanium, and tungsten. And now what I'm doing is I'm going through them alphabetically, but reverse order drop-off alphabetically. So I know I want to end up at TISA last. So I put everything going to TISA in first. Then Sakura, then Farnsway, then Casio, and Covalex. Covalex just being the little bit of stems we have. And I use my phone for that reference. That way I can group them by drop-off. I used to do it in the Caterpillar by putting them in separate bays, which is really useful. But always kind of the same method. Just to, like, the onload, it takes a little longer, like 20 minutes. But the drop-offs are just fast. You don't have to think about it. You're done, and then you do it all over again. So right now we're doing the quad and the single of aluminum, which I think I just... No, not the aluminum, because I already did that. Quartz, Sakura, 2 quads, which we put in, and then a single. Okay. Yeah, this has been the way that I've always ground through the member ranks and such, and it simplifies it, you know? You don't have as much to think about, and you're kind of segmenting things in a way that when you're actually going through your drop-off cycles, you don't really have to think about it. It just makes it quick and easy. It's like I'm just tabbing over on my phone. So for stems, we do have 2 SEU going to Sakura. So we'll grab the 2. It's always going to be the biggest box of the unit that it can be as well. So if it's a 2, it'll always be a double. It won't be 2 singles. If it's 7, it's always going to be a 4, a 2, and a 1. It's not going to be a 4 and 3 singles. That's one of the little things to keep in mind. Alright, and on the tin side, nothing to Sakura. Titanium, we do have a quad and a single going to Sakura. That's also why I've separated it this way as well. My aluminum, my quartz, my stems, my tin, my titanium, and my tungsten. I do all that initially. That way the rest of the process is really easy. I mean, if you just got some music and, like, you know, coffee or snack or something doing this, it's a breeze. So the quad and single of titanium here. Yes, okay. Which I'll just put this single underneath this one. And we actually have one more spot here. So if we need to do tungsten as well, I might use it. Nope. All right, no tungsten going to Sakura. So now we're going to Farnsway. Hey, but upgrades for the whole sea was awesome. Also, here our normal missions are gone. Yes, Mark Milton, that is what I'm testing. We are going through the member grind so that we can confirm that. That's what today's stream is all about, my friend. So I am going through the grueling task of grinding through member to get to experience in the PTU. That way we can make sure, because I've heard the same, and I kind of want to see what happened to them or like where they went. Okay, so after, all right, so Farnsway now, yeah, that's where we're at. We have 8 SU of aluminum going to Farnsway. Let me go ahead and throw this on. Put that there. Sorry, taking a little longer because I'm having fun chit-chatting with the audience. And we got quartz. No Farnsway for quartz, but we do have Casio. Stims. We do have a quad going to Farnsway, so we'll go ahead and do that. Oh, make sure it's pushed all the way back. I think it is, just throwing us off a little bit. All right, tin going to Farnsway. Yep, 2 quads of tin. We'll just put one underneath the stims and one next to it. Titanium. We have 1 quad to Farnsway, which is the last titanium, I believe. Yep. Put that underneath the tin there. Perfect. Tungsten to Farnsway. A quad and a double. That's actually perfect. That's really easy because we can just put it right here. Quad and a double. Oop. Damn it. Alright, so now it's Covalex and then Casio. I'm going to put Covalex first just because it's just stims that are going there. So we'll do Casio next. God, I got a good few chunks of boat stories. Oh, I bet. When you copy your profile to PTU, must all your stuff in live go over or only some? So, real quick, when it comes to the PTU, when you copy your account, only things that carry over are your store pledge stuff. So if you have any armors that you got through the pledges or through your accounts, it all carries over. Anything bought in-game does not carry over, so only pledges. When you copy your account, you get 15 million starting cash to kind of do with what you will. I typically will keep that and try to grind with my other ships up to whole C pricing to buy the whole C in-game, because, you know, you have to if you don't have one pledged. PTU does persist, but it's like being in a fresh account. So changes made to live after you've copied, they don't automatically come over. It only copies from that moment you copied, if that makes sense. So if you pledge new ships or get new stuff or whatever, it's not going to be in your PTU unless you recopy your account. But what that does is it resets to everything being base of what's in your pledge. So you'll get your new ships or whatever you might have pledged. You'll get 15 million again, but all of your rep gets wiped back to 0. It's the only reason I'm doing this grind again, because I did a rep wipe to show some entry-level videos on how to grind from the bottom authentically. Now I'm paying for it because I have to re-grind through everything. So you can recopy your PTU anytime you want, but always keep in mind you are going to lose everything. We're back at the Casio side. It is 8 to Casio, which is the last 2. Awesome. So, like, I'm trying not to copy my PTU. Oh, shit. That just went under. Is this aluminum, though? Okay, yeah, all right. I'll just move this one because that's all aluminum, so it's fine. It's because I forgot there was an empty space there. Okay, put that there. Sweet. Yeah, I'll probably end up copying once I get my my ironclad, but I won't until then. That way I can test with my rep being at full for everybody to see. So I know all this stuff is going to Casio or Covalex, and the only things going to Covalex are the stims. So I'm just going to go ahead and load the rest of this up, because this is all going to the last realm, and we've been pretty good at counting, so no reason to think that we're going to be thrown off or anything. Here, we'll do this. Well, come on. This one here. And then just throw this one in front of it. This is all going to our first Casio drop, which is actually kind of sizable. And then this is all that's going to the Covalex Center, which I can verify Yeah, just 3 SCU to the Covalex Center. So we'll do that first and knock it out real quick. And then we'll hit Casio, Farnsway, Soccer, and Tisa like we normally do. Alright, let's get out of here. Oh god, there was a chief that shit himself. The day I got bad helm turnover, 12 degrees off course, all my nappy nap spots, the day I caused 24 hours of troubleshooting. Boy, yeah, you got some stories, man. Alright, we'll do a final little sweep too. We should have done it while we're in the tractor beam, but it looks like we're clear. Everything is on board. We are good to go.
You are clear to launch.
Doors closed, gear up.
Landing gear up.
We're going to be almost there with this loop. We're going to be so close. It's going to put us like right here. Because it took us from here to there. So it's going to take us from like here to about there. To where one more loop will absolutely get us the rest of the way. We'll probably just do the 5. We won't even have to do the extra stims one.
Thank you, and please visit again.
Quantum travel engaged. Quantum travel.
Alright.
complete.
Set course for Covalex first. SCCD1, something like that. Yep, Sierra 1 Delta. That's the one.
Quantum travel engaged.
Okay, so that chip I just tried, I forgot my wife left in here for me to try. And it's a Chick-fil-A sauced, like Lay's chip. And wow. That was really freaking good. Oh, shit.
Quantum travel complete.
Heard that the Caterpillar is going to be the ship in Nyx because they got to break the sea again. Maybe, I don't know. I mean, the whole sea auto-loading stuff has been working really well so far in most of the areas. Granted, they haven't been the whole sea-sized missions, so it's like small stuff. But I don't know. I mean, there's always the chance with introducing new things that like background communication is going to be rough, and which means the whole sea is going to be rough. But we'll see. I'm excited for people to be able to use their Caterpillars, though. I bet the Caterpillar or the C2, I bet they'll get plenty of use. Wait, where is the, Oh, there it is. That's where we're going. Oh, no. Oh, gosh, that's horrible. I'm going to save that for chat to read. Oh, that's crazy.
Please proceed to assigned landing bay.
No way the other chiefs will let him live that down. Alright, VTOL mode engaged. And yeah, this Covalex Center is just like the others. It's the same structure, it's the same thing. It's just one more stop that typically will happen with the stims. We kind of got lucky on the last run that we didn't have to come here. Here. Just trying to remember where I was kind of stopping before.
Landing complete.
That's close
Have a
enough.
pleasant stay.
Door is open. Let's hop out and get it. All right. This one's really easy because it's just these. All right, on to Castillo. That's why doing this one extra mission isn't too bad versus doing like the extra 3 or 4 that you could do. Plus, you also have to really carefully pack the raft to fit everything. But if you got something like a cat or a C2, you can fit a lot more pretty well. You're probably going to take 35 to 45 minutes to load, but you'll complete like 7 to 8 missions at once. So there are definitely ways to expand and do this a bit more. We're just kind of taking the quick and dirty route. That's, well, honestly, it's quick and clean, for being real. Just the 599Ks and the 1 Covalex, super easy to organize. Alright, gear up, door closed. On to Castillo next.
Landing gear up.
Thank you, and please visit again.
Yeah, I don't think I'll ever have a hard time recommending the raft. All right. Castillo course laid in. Figuring out which one it is. It is the one on the pretty much exact opposite side of the planet. Whoop. Shoot. Ah! We didn't go up high enough. There we go. Gotta get up to about 9K. I was a little too quick to navigate. There it is. Yeah, once you're about 9 kilometers up, you can quantum.
Quantum travel engaged.
Well, if you already have a whole C, you can take one of the blizzard coolers off of it and put it on the cat and just run the 1 cooler. That's what I do. Aside from that, it's very similar to the whole C. The same parapet shields, but 3 of them instead of 4. Durango power plants, it can take 2. And then the Erebus quantum drive. So you're basically doing the same thing as the whole C, except you don't have to buy the cooler because you can just take one of the whole C's coolers, and then you only need 3 parapets instead of 4. So it's pretty simple. I also personally, I throw 2 more 337 Panther repeaters on the Caterpillar. I take off the M5As. I'm not a fan of the cannons. I just like having all 4 to be the 337s. But that's if you care about the weapon complement. I'll even take off the rhinos, the man turret rhinos. That way I have more weapons capacitor power going to the pilot guns. But I don't often use the Caterpillar for combat. It's mostly just the other components that you already get for the whole C. I started heading in a little too soon. All right. There we go. We've been moving fast, man. Casillo's still night side. We haven't even gotten day side on this bit. That's funny. We're already on loop 3 of this. It's kind of quick. All right, requesting landing. We're going to go ahead and start our rotate. VTOL mode for a little bit more stability in atmosphere because the raft is a bit of a brick. Gear down.
Landing gear down.
Get that velocity indicator where we want it. Got a pretty good entry level speed. You guys have probably seen me kind of coming in here pretty fast. Just used to doing it. Fly in at whatever speed is comfortable to you. Because before you know it, you'll be coming in pretty hot. Go belly up so those VTOL engines can do a bit more braking. Perfect. There we go.
Landing complete. Have a pleasant stay.
Doors open, and here we go again. Everything going to Casillo now. So it's 9 SEU of tungsten. There's 1. There's 2. And we'll go ahead and throw the tin over here. No titanium. We got a 2 and a 4 of tin left because it's 7 total. Which is perfect. There we go. And that should be the 4. Okay. Kind of group that together if we ever need to count it. No stems. Quartz. Yes, 2 quads of quartz going. There they are. I think it's also just 2 quads of aluminum. Yep, 2 quads of aluminum. Perfect. That's all she wrote, man. Looks good. On to Farn's way. Let's actually go ahead and give our character a chance to hydrate here. Been running around a lot, been working hard, man. We've done a lot of missions.
You are clear to launch.
Launch complete.
What do you guys think? Should we demonstrate the last mission with the caterpillar? Or the last loop, since we are going to have to do like 1 more after this? I will leave that up to the chat. Oh, that's cool. I think that's Crusader system on screen. So up toward the top of my heads-up display, right below the compass bearing, you see those 3 dots? Given where we're at, I'd have to say that's got to be Crusader. Let's see. Oh, no, it's ArcCorp. Ah, cool. Yeah, no, that makes more sense. ArcCorp would be a little bit brighter. That's so cool that you can actually see them, though. Bring it on. Hell yeah, all right. We'll do the Caterpillar for the last one. That's how I originally used to do this grind. All right. We're heading to Farnsway now. I kind of like when you're not tracking the mission because you can easily tell what you're navigating to with the little icon versus it having like the delivery icon. I will have to claim the cat, but it's only like a 5-minute claim time, so that's not bad. We can sort of organize the metals while we wait on the ship. I think that'll work out pretty well. And then after that, we can bring out the whole sea, and we'll be able to see if we did lose our big missions, because you see the 2 698K missions in the experienced rank. You don't see the 711 until senior rank, and then master doesn't add anything new. So we'll see if we're going to be sad or if they're still there. The rumor is that they're gone, and I'm inclined to believe it.
Quantum travel complete.
I bet it's going to get moved over to Redwind Linehaul. Like, the missions might still be there in a different form with Redwind Linehaul Interstellar hauling versus Covalex, since Covalex is just Stanton-based. For now. That's all with a big caveat of for now. Alright, full burn done. Let's go ahead and angle towards Farnsway. Which we can see the light. Looks like the storm's cleared up a bit, so we're actually going to be able to see a bit more over here. It's been raining over here the last 2 loops we did to this spot. Coming through the final cloud layer. We will call for landing at about 6 kilometers. That's just my habit.
You are clear
There we
to
go.
launch.
We've got our bay going VTOL for some more control. And we will give you guys a nice external view. Look at that. Right next to the ocean. Landing gear down.
Landing gear down.
Yeah, I just said that. Alright, we'll go belly up for some more deceleration on our VTOL engines. Very good. Okay, tuck it in back this way. We're going to line up with our normal spot here. There we go. Bring it back a little bit. And touchdown right here.
Landing complete.
Man, this one we almost hit right on the money. Just below the light. That should be perfect. Look at that. Oh, that was good. See? We're getting used to it. We're getting used to it. All right, doors open. Let's get out of here. Scrolling back over to the tungsten because that's what would have loaded on last. Hop out. Now Farnsway does get a quad and a double. There they are. I'm actually kind of excited to show you guys why the cat's so good for this too, by using the individual bays to organize the stuff. Okay, just a quad of titanium by itself, which, there we go. Two quads of tin. There we are. You have a quad of stims as well. Perfect. There we go. No quartz. And then two quads of aluminum. And then should be this one. Yep, the one that gridded where I wasn't planning for it to grid. And that should be it for this one. Fat fingered my light by accident. Hell yeah, all green. Now to Sakura and Tisa for the last two. Majority of Sakura. Tisa's a tiny final drop off. Show you guys the way I caddy corner the Caterpillar for speedy offload. I'm actually excited to see how fast it is with the improved tractor rifle speeds, because that's going to be the game changer. Probably still be able to get it done in about an hour's worth of time.
You are clear to launch.
Alright. Gear up, doors closed. Kind of helps to vocalize what I'm doing to not forget, so I'm not flying out with my airlock still wide open. VTOL retracted. Angling for departure. That nice coastal launch.
Thank you, and please visit again.
That is a cool look. Go through our full engine burn. We get up to about 5 kilometers and we'll set course for Sakura-san. Alright. Magnolia. 1 more kilometer before we can nav. There we go. And will it be this one? Nope.
Quantum travel engaged.
Yeah, we're almost there. I've been grinding through it all morning. We went live at the start of Member. Because the others are easy. You're able to use the whole C to grind through Rookie and Junior. I kind of wish you were able to do the same with Member, but there's nothing really outside of Planetary. Like, there's the Lagrange points, but you can't really use the whole C at Lagrange points because there's no cargo grid areas. So, it's a bummer, man. Kind of forces you to go Planetary, but I mean, changes things up a little bit, right? So, you can experience Planetary hauling.
Quantum travel complete.
Hauling in general is repetitive, so any hauler is probably not going to have a problem with that part of it. I think mostly it's just knowing that you're that one rank below whole C stuff, especially if you already have a whole C. If you don't have one, you know, then you're like, all right, well, I'm grinding to make the money to get the whole C anyway. Which, it'll take a little while. I mean, you're doing about 500k an hour with this strategy. So that's still a bit of a grind to get the whole C money. I was really lucky to be able to take advantage of the Supply or Die event and the crazy millions we were making with that. Made getting the whole C a lot easier. Alright, start rotation.
Landing complete. Have a pleasant stay.
It is kind of cool seeing these places lit up at night. It's like its own little mini city looking place. So my brain kind of turned off there. There we go. Now we're really getting into a pattern. Kind of right where we need to be. Bam. Wait, did I, Landing gear is kind of important, just saying.
Landing gear.
I was like, hold up, I'm getting a little low to the deck here. What's going on? All right. So here we are at Sakura. There is no tungsten going. Dupree and Greycat runs with the C1, 2.2 million in a run. Wow. Where's the Dupree and Greycat runs? What's that's kind of new to me. Landing gear's overrated. Yeah, what's up, Red? Oh, is that just basically these missions around Microtech? Yeah. Dupree and Greycat, they're the HDPCs around Microtech, actually. I did those one time. I'm just not as familiar with their locations. Alright. So, 5 SU of titanium. That's not what I want. There we go. Okay. I don't think I can take that off without taking these off, so let's check out the quartz. Should just be, yeah, 2 quads and a single. Alright. I'll just drop that for now so I can grab this. I know the titanium's gotta go. Did I already put the single of titanium in here? Yeah, there it is. Alright. Nope, make sure you grid down. Here we go. No tin going. Stims is 2. There we go. And the pirates came in, stopped players doing the run. It was an exploit having 18 missions stacked. Oh, I see. Sounds like that's a bit of a time sink, too. Let's see, aluminum should be going. Yeah. Quad and a single. That should be it, actually. Really? Is the rest going to TISA? I guess. Let's do a double check here. We got a single and a quad of aluminum, which is fine. We got the 2 stems. We got the 2 quads and the single of quartz. No tin going. And then titanium, we've got the quad and the single. Yeah, that's it. All right, the rest is going to TISA. We're done with that. Hell yeah. Beautiful. Yo, Raging, what's up? Ranking up, rep. You can do it. Yes, sir. We are in the PTU 4.4. We're on the 3rd loop of the planetary grind that you know well. Almost done with member because we're going to see what the changes have been to the Hull C coming very soon. We got the final drop off of this loop, and then we're going to grab the Caterpillar to show off how that one does it for one more loop. And we're done with the member grind again. Because of my own doing. Unfortunately, in 4.4, there still is no real Ling family hauling or Red Wind hauling progression. It's just showing us the rookie interstellar stuff, even though I'm junior ranked with him now, and the rep gain trying to do the rookie missions as a junior is just non-existent.
You are clear to launch.
All right, Lorville, here we come.
Landing gear up.
Let's go.
Thank you, and please visit again.
Oh, we will. We'll be back, and Less than the hour's time. Cool, I'll watch it work. Hell yeah, sounds good. Yeah, we blitzed through trainee, rookie, and junior real easy because we're able to use the whole C. And then there's the member stall out. Which really isn't bad. I mean, even doing this loop 4 times is, in the big scheme of things, I mean, we're doing it in 1 live stream. You could easily spread this out over like 2 play sessions and barely feel it. Alright, Lorville. We even stopped to check out ship prices and rental stuff too, so it's been a productive stream for sure. And this last part's easy just because it'll all be going to the same spot, so we don't really have to think about what it is, we just throw it off. Just deleting the old photos as we prep for the home stretch. There's the wonderful haze of Lorville.
Attention, pilot, you are cleared for take.
That's the first time the Hurston ATC's been a little janky. Alright, gear down.
Landing gear down.
Adjusting for final approach. There's a nice little Star Lancer coming out, it looks like. Whoop, let's hope we clear him. Yeah, we're good. All right.
Landing complete.
Doors open. Home stretch with our session with the raft. And 3 full planetary hauling loop completions. Now we can just throw all this in here. With this crazy awesome fast tractor rifle. Man, I love it. Oh. Okay, cool. Box sort of glitched out of existence for a second there. Don't love that. It's flying all over the place. We'll fix that. Oh, come here. Alright, just gotta get that last one. There we go. Alright, that's it. Beautiful. Let's go get the Caterpillar and hit this home stretch, right? Contract complete, contract complete, contract complete. Gotta love seeing it. Makes you feel like you've been getting some stuff done, right? You're cleared for liftoff. I'm really surprised that the Hurston dynamics ATC is like the classiest that I've heard yet.
Landing gear up.
It definitely sounds like it's an AI voice versus what is very obviously meant to be human ATC at Microtech and ArcCorp. Hey, there's another raft. Bye-bye, buddy. Who knows? Maybe he's doing what we're doing. Where did he go?
Please visit
There he
us
goes.
again.
He's over there.
Remember, if you're contemplating a career change, you should contact one of Hurston's resource managers for information about exciting career opportunities.
Career change? No, sir. I am happy being a space trucker. I don't need your Hurston dynamic shenanigans. Just give me cargo to transport and I'll be happy. Alright. Back to Everest Harbor we go. I love the Dupree blockades. I love slinging Those of Justices at Polaris and Idris. That's funny. Alright. Stop beeping at me so much. Alright, actually we will reduce our speed to about the 150 we were doing before as we reselect our missions and take a look at our rep and all. Alright. Payout's good, man. We're already up to 3 mil. That's happening pretty fast. This is our history of completed missions. All the planetaries we've done. Alright, we're back at it. So 99s are what we're looking for. And the 190K, which is this one. And it's going to Covalex again, which is fine. We got lucky with that one. But that seems to be all we're going to get lucky with. So we got a pair of 99s right next to each other right here. Try to remember it wasn't too far down that I was scrolling. There it is. There it is. And this one. Now, there's one more. See if we can get it on the first go here versus getting thrown around. 90s, 99. Bingo. Alright, we got all of them. Let's check our rep. Oh, yeah. This is it, guys. This is the loop. We're almost there. See how fast you can get through, remember? That did not take all that much. Just having fun chatting with y'all. Alright, I know our landing zone's going to be over here.
Please proceed to assigned landing bay.
The raft did us really well for 3 full runs. We're going to celebrate with a caterpillar finisher.
Landing gear down.
Let's go ahead and do a little bit of hockey stopping here. Very good. Coming in for final approach. We'll go ahead and get a refuel.
Please proceed to assigned landing bay.
Which doesn't take much because we didn't really do all that much quantum travel if you really think about it. Just kind of going around the planet, so super low amounts of consumption. Jump out of that. Did I hit it? Yeah, I did. That was smooth. Let's go. All right.
Welcome.
So we actually won't be able to organize the cargo because we've got to claim the cat,
To our storage facility.
which we can't do from here. Yeah, I flew the whole sea over here, so unfortunately I can't show off these missions with the whole sea. But at least the whole sea is at Everest Harbor ready to go. We'll probably take a brief 5-minute intermission. I'm going to get a snack, use the restroom, and we'll get ready for this final mission. Actually, we can organize the cargo. So I will do that. I will be getting a quick snack and using the restroom. But then I'll come back and mess with the cargo because we do have the whole sea here, which we can use to open up a large hangar. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, so that'll be easy. So where is the cat? We'll go ahead and start that claim.
Your insurance claim.
Oh, 6 minutes. So it's a little longer than I thought.
Please
But still, not bad, not bad.
Welcome.
Let's go ahead and get our hangar spawned.
Vehicle selected. Stand by. Your vehicle has been
Sweet.
delivered to the following
Now,
location.
can my old method work of counting down 4,
Welcome to
3,
the ASOC vehicle
2...
retrieval system.
Well, oh shit, are we getting raided right now? What's up, dude? Oh, the timing. I am not going to take a bathroom break. Not yet, at least.
Please visit us.
What's up, everybody? Welcome, welcome, welcome. We're finishing up the member grind to do some Hull C stuff in the 4.4 PTU. It's great to see y'all. Where y'all coming from? Who's the wonderful person that sent y'all over here? I feel so happy. I got raided last week. This is really cool. No bathroom break, streamer. You got it, Citizen Spooner. You are right. Not until we finish this loop. Alright, we got our main haul. We're waiting on the Caterpillar. We can go ahead and organize the cargo. I see you, Northman Chariot. Zenon. Tina Vel. Hey, well, Spooner, all you guys. Welcome, guys. Welcome, welcome. Deadly Gamer. I appreciate it. Let's go ahead and get these cargo missions selected and brought up. I am streaming through Streamlabs to Twitch, YouTube, and X. So I don't get like a lot of the flashy or notification stuff when I'm just like on my Streamlabs side, but I do see everybody coming in. I can see all the chats, so I really appreciate it. That's awesome. You guys rock. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, let's send this up. Yeah, the cat was my first love in the cargo world. And I got a couple people in the chat who kind of want to see the cat in action like this. Look at how small it is with the 5 or the 6 missions in a large hangar versus how much it was filling up the medium hangar when we were using the raft. So to catch everybody up real quick, we've been doing a member grind in the 4.4 PTU to get to the Hull C stuff. My main focus as a content creator that got my channel to sort of blow up a little bit is focusing on the Hull C, whether it works or not, showing how missions work. And in the 4.4 PTU, I am grinding up to that experienced rank so we can test it. And we only have to do one more quick loop of these missions. And I'm going to do it in the Caterpillar to get to experience so we can see what's going on. From what I hear, our juicy 700k missions are no more for the Hull C. So that's... For me, it's a rumor until I see it for real. And we're gonna find out here shortly.
Vehicle retrieval system.
Alright, let's see. What's our timer looking like?
Your insurance claim has been sent.
Still about 3 minutes. I'm just going to go ahead and expedite because it's not really going to hurt the account too much. I miss Twinkies. They never taste the same after they come back. What? Also, apologies, guys. I am getting over a cold, so I might sound a little rough, might cough. I do apologize for that. It is what it is. I wasn't going to stream, but I wanted to stay at it, man. Alright, we're going to start organizing this crap like we did before. Titanium will be maybe over here. I don't want it to be on the elevator side because we got to save that for bringing the Caterpillar up. So we'll go ahead and just move this stuff to organize it. Tungsten will go further this way for now. Aluminum will go over here. Shouldn't be too far. I should be fine. More titanium. Space Twinkies could revive a dead Vandal. Oh my gosh. It's hilarious. Spinner Everton, non 24/7 SC streamer needed a break. Yeah, shit. Oh gosh. Get some sleep. Get some sleep. Yeah, we've been at it for over 3 hours. Probably gonna be about a 4.5-ish, 5-hour stream based on how we're doing. Let's see. Tin next to the titanium, if my alphabet serves me well here. Stems next to that. And then quartz and then aluminum. So yeah, that's pretty good spacing. Okay. And the tractor rifle having its buff makes this so much easier. Because the longest part is just getting all these things organized. And then staged rather, in the Caterpillar. This is the tin, right? Because that's titanium? Yeah, alright. Tungsten over here. Can't move that yet. Let's move this one. Alright. Oh yeah, quartz. Come here. So we'll move this over a little bit. Move that over a little bit. Quartz will go right here. Make sure nothing is over the line. Whoa. Can move a little too fast. Gotta be careful. Titanium. Oh, that's too high. Alright, yep, let's go back this way. It's going a little too far here. Put that over there. Quartz over there. Tungsten. Quartz. Jeez, who organized this? Tungsten. It's kind of throwing with the fury, so oh my gosh. Alright, yeah, flinging the rifle around now. You really gotta not go crazy with it or you'll start knocking shit all over the place. Tin. More tin. So much tin. Might have to bring the cat out just so we can actually utilize some of the floor space here that is otherwise... I mean, the stuff would theoretically go down with the elevator and come back up with it, but I don't feel like testing fate. Alright. Yeah, let's get the cat up. Nope, get over there, sir. Stop crossing the barrier. Alright.
Welcome.
Let's bring her up.
Vehicle retrieval system. Your vehicle is visible.
Get some more of this moved. We're so close, man. We're on the home stretch to being done with the member grind, so we can get to the fun stuff. Drop that. Right about there. So we got like aluminum and tin, I think, or tungsten rather, are all that seem to be left. Oh, nope, there's some more tin. Just be diligent when we're putting it on board so we don't confuse the tin and titanium and such. But you'll get to see how using the Caterpillar's individual bays really help for aligning. Whoop, there it goes. Or, sorry, help with organizing the drop-offs. Well, at least quartz is a different color, so that won't be confusing. Here's more tungsten. There's the cat. Looking good. She's ready to go. We will hop in the catty corner it to show you the easier way to position for onload, offload. Again, like I was saying before, the longest, most tedious part is just this initial loading. And you only got to do this 3 to 4 times to be done with member and get on to the fun stuff in the experienced rank. Alright, let's get her positioned. Put that away. I'm always excited to fly this thing. I love this ship. I don't understand the Caterpillar hate from some people. I get it can be a little annoying to load and unload. It's not really meant to be a single person ship. Even just having one buddy with you to toss freight just makes it a game changer. But I like it. It's always had a special place in my heart. I love this ship. I'm also, you know, a lot of you guys know I'm a Drake guy. I'm a lot of ships guy, honestly, but Drake is the first love. Alright. This little catty corner thing is nothing really super special. It's just something that I've learned to do just simplicity, you know. Just to make onload and offload that much simpler. Versus hucking everything a lot farther than you need to. Let's actually go ahead and get our power organized the way we want. I do have the upgraded stuff in, so we have the one cooler, more power to engines. Hell yeah, there we go. And let's go ahead and go nav mode. Should have all the power we need to engines. It's doing the weird graphical glitch. Love it. Alright. So we're going to come up, and we're just going to sort of tilt her. Should be able to get pretty close, like to where you can see these numbers in front of the bow. Just got to come back a little bit. That should be good about there. And yeah, there you go. See, I've been doing this a while, so I kind of learned the spot that I like to be. So we'll drop the doors. And we'll go unload this thing. Whiskey Pete, what's up? I like the cat. I just can't deal with the slowness of it. See, I don't really share that problem, personally. I mean, it might be a couple minutes faster to, you know, onload and offload a C2 with an ATLS, but I don't know. I don't think it's that crazy. So the way I do this, since we got 4 main places, plus Covalex, which is our little off-brand since we're doing the stems, we're going to go Casio, Farnsway, Sakura, and Tisa. I got to do my thing real quick where I take pictures of the contracts for simplicity. So give me a sec. This is how I keep track of it off to the side rather than constantly going in the Moby glass, which is really annoying. I just go alphabetical. Where's the aluminum? There we go. And then it should be quartz. There it is. And stems is the 90K. And then tin. Titanium. And finally, tungsten. So now, I don't have to mess with my Moby glass. I can just go right over here. Alright. And since we actually have segmented bays, I don't really have to load like from first to last or reverse alphabetical or anything. I can just load it the way I want. I can just look at the individual pieces. So we'll go over here to aluminum and put all this where we want first. So we're going Farnsway, Tisa, and Casio. Alright. So Casio gets 2 quads and a double, which we'll have to be careful we don't throw this too hard. There's 1. There's 2. And a double. Alright. And then Farnsway next to it is also 2 quads and a double. So we'll do that. There's 1. There's 2. Man, actually, with the speed of the tractor rifle now, this might be just as fast as the raft. Just because of the openness of the cat and how you can lay this stuff out. Alright, then we got Bay 4 Tisa. It'll just be a single quad, which is right there. So you'll start to see the method to my madness with the Caterpillar. This is how I do it. So now we go over to quartz. We got Farnsway, Casio, and Sakura. So we'll do... What's going to Casio? 2 quads and a double. Alright. So we'll do that. Feel free to ask all the questions like, well, what the hell are you doing? Especially anybody who came over from the raid. Again, guys, really appreciate it. That's really cool of you. It's awesome to have you. Alright, let's see. We need a double for Casio. We got the 2 quads. Let me get ahead of myself here. There it is. Alright. Nope, that's a single. Where the hell's a double? Is it behind the stems? Kind of throw these around a little bit. I know we were having some fun. There we go. There's the double. Farnsway's getting a quad and a double. Alright. There's Farnsway. This last one with this single will be Sakura, so it'll go right here. I just need a double and a quad. So there's the quad. And the double. Perfect. And that's it for quartz. Stems. Alright. Casio gets 3. So that's a 2 and a 1. Covalex Center should also be getting some. What's Covalex Center getting? Also 3. Alright, so we'll do 2 doubles and 2 singles. I put the Covalex and Casio bins in the same front since it's such a small amount. That one is going somewhere else. There's the other single. Perfect. Where is that last one going? The quad is going to Sakura, so that'll be Bay 3. Alright. Moving on. We've got tin. We got a lot of tin. Casio's going to get a quad and a double. single. There's a double. Sakura's gonna get a quad, a double, and a single. There's the quad and single. I just need the double. There it is. And then finally, Tisa just gets a quad. All right. On to titanium and then tungsten to finish. So we've got Casio getting a quad and a double. Casio is quite the drop right off the get-go. Oh, that's the light on the floor. It's like, what is that? Let's see. We got a bunch of quads here. Okay, that one decided to get a little freaky. And here's the double. Right? Yeah, quad and a double. Roger that. Here, we'll start moving some of this over. What's nice is since it's all going to the same place within this bay, I don't really care exactly how it's set up. Like, they don't have to really be together like they were on the raft. Alright, and then the rest of the titanium is going to Sakura and Tisa. So we got 10 and 6. So 2 quads at Sakura with a double. And then Tisa Spaceport is getting a quad and a double. We're already almost done with this load, which is... I mean, we still got to put it on the ship, but admittedly, that's a really easy task. All right, tungsten. Final bit. Quad and a double to Casio. Yeah, Casio's the big one this round for sure. Holy shit. All right. Farnsway is getting 2 quads. Farnsway's been really light, actually. Okay, and our final bit is Tisa. It's a 5. So, yeah. Cool. We mathed, guys. The mathing worked. A quad and a single to Tisa. Please don't knock each other over too much. Okay. So, this is kind of the beauty of using the cat. Having them segmented like this is pretty awesome. So, we just come up here and actually put them on the ship. Then we can get the hell out of here and do the drop-offs. Oh, and close. I think ultimately the easiest part of this is just having them quickly referenced on your phone, which is really nice. Oh, let me actually hit open there. Send that back down. It almost fully closed on me. All right. Now we just pull all this shit in. It's simple. You can put the 2s and 1s behind. And it looks like a lot, but the Caterpillar holds so much, man. It's so easy. Strand, you'll have to let me know when you get back or wherever you're at of what you think of this. I wanted. Oh no! See, that's what's annoying. When you fling things around and you have to get out of the ship and then back in the ship, because that is one thing about the Caterpillar. And like, unless you're standing on these doors, they can get a little weird. Wait, let's close this. Any added time is going to be hiccups like that. So move diligently. Don't throw boxes too hard to where they go under your ship, and you'll be okay. All right. Okay. Here, we'll just throw that up there. I'm not being really too picky about how I organize this. I'm just getting them all in here. Because I want to get to the whole sea stuff. There we go. I'm not seeing the grids, but they are popping on, as you would hope. Covalex stuff, I usually end up just kind of stashing to the side here. I might wait, actually. I'll put the 3 and the 1 in at the end, because I know 3 are going to Casio as well. Let's get that quad in here. go. Sure, that's fine. Put these together since they go together. This kind of hauling's great on the cat, but large boxes are frustrating. Yeah, that's fair. When you have the excess room to play with, you can really see how the cat shines with just how easy it is to organize. Yeah, and I'll put this separately since this is going to Covalex. This is the only thing going to the Covalex Center, just those 3 stems. Bay 1 is done. This is also why I like leaving this passageway open so you can easily get through. Just little habits you pick up when you've flown a cat for a long time. All right, let's throw that in here. This one's even smaller. Like, this is barely going to take any room. It's just nice when you do this in a way that you really don't have to think, you know. You've already done the thinking. You've already organized everything. You've already done all the counting and disbursement. Now all you got to do is just load it and then go offload it by bay segment without a care in the world and move on. And it is so much faster with the upgraded tractor rifle speed. This is awesome. Arguably a little bit more enjoyable than the raft. I'm not going to lie. I know I'm a Caterpillar guy. That's me being kind of biased. It is what it is. It's like, I know the satisfaction of having the organization of these different bays is probably a lot of it. Just personally satisfying. Okay. The raft is still a great boat, don't get me wrong. As far as like just personally having fun with this, I do like doing it in the cat. It's a good time. I think the cat's where I'm enjoying myself. The raft is where I'm just strictly business, just trying to get it over as quick as possible. Oh, sweet. It will fit there. I thought there was an extra little bit of grid space there I can use. Oh, no, gotta get a little further. Sweet. And finally, the Tisa Bay. Yeah, we're already almost done loading. I don't know if it's just because I'm streaming and, you know, kind of chatting with an audience while doing this, but this just feels speedy, man. Escalibon, what's up? Atlas? What? I'm a real hauler, man. I don't need no Atlas. It's just me. I fell asleep when I missed. Oh no! You missed me showing off the Caterpillar. Well, no, you kind of joined at the tail end of just the first onload. So, this is the Tisa section at the front. We've got Sakura here, all organized together. We've got Farnsway, all organized. And then the big one, Casillo's got a bunch. The first stop. Plus the little bit going to Covalex in the first bay. But yeah, I took a vote. Well, not really much of a vote. I just kind of casually asked the chat, hey, on the final run, should we use the Caterpillar to show what it's like? And Milton said, bring it on. So hell yeah, here we are. Even to the point where you're getting to see how I caddy corner park the cat. That way you can easily access the elevators. But you can see here the beauty of having the 4 bays with the 4 drop-offs. I mean, it doesn't really get much simpler than that, right? Let me grab my Aura ring real quick. Forgot that was charging. Don't want it to stay on the charger for too long. Little biometrics ring that keeps track of all kinds of wonderful stuff. All right. Bro, as soon as I have Star Citizen, you and I are going to run this stuff all the time. Hell yeah, man. Either out of the cat or out of its big sister, the Ironclad. All right. Let's go ahead and request departure. Get those doors closed. Boost up. Get the gear up. Sort of get her moving. I love this ship. This thing is so great. Really a fun way to do this planetary haul grind, too. Because it just, it's cake in this thing, man. You take away so much of the need to think about what you're doing just because of how you can organize this. All right. I'm glad you popped back in, though. It would have sucked if you missed this. I mean, what's cool is you can always go back and watch the VOD for how I organized all the stuff before we loaded it up. But it didn't take long, man. It did not take long at all.
Thank you.
The tractor rifle being faster now is a huge part of that. But we're now going to be pretty much going to rinse and repeat. You know, we're going to head down. We're going to go to Covalex first, then Casio, Farnsway, Sacratisa. And that's it. We'll be experienced, and we can pull out the whole C and see what's different. All right. Let's get Casio set. Or not Casio, Covalex. Cove first. Sierra 1 Delta Charlie 06. Here we go. This is basically what we've been doing on the live stream. For any of you who are sticking around from the raid, appreciate yous. You'll find me streaming. You'll find me live streaming Star Citizen Monday, Wednesday, and Friday from about noon to 1500 or 3 p.m. And Battlefield 6 Tuesdays and Thursdays from noon to the same time. Yesterday I missed it because I was a wreck with being sick plus the allergy attack. It was just not a good day for trying. That would have been a horrible day to stream. I was a mess, man. Nobody wants to see that. Today I'm just a little bit less of a mess. Still kind of a mess, but not that bad. All right. Now this is where I kind of got the original idea to do a lateral boost in thin atmosphere with the cat. Just full power. Get as much speed as we can laterally before we actually angle towards the facility. Take advantage of all that power because she's a big, heavy girl, man. And then once we're done, we will target the facility, which you can kind of see even from the atmosphere. It's over to the left of the screen with the lights. All right. Angle down. There it is. Covalex distribution. Now, the cat being slightly bigger, I'll typically start requesting landing and such around 7 to 8 kilometers, just in case I'm coming in hotter than I expect. But my original grind through Member, this is how I did it, because I didn't have the raft back then. The raft didn't have its change. I was just running this bad boy. Oh, yeah, a little closer than I thought we were.
Please proceed to assigned landing bay.
Let's go ahead and cut back. We're already going slow enough because we're nice and big, so the atmosphere helps us slow down pretty fast. There's that ominous music from the distribution centers. Gotta hit the brakes a little harder. We got a lot of inertia. It's a lot different than the raft, man. Alright, gear down.
Landing gear down.
We're gonna use all the information at our disposal. Full brake. Boost up. Come in a bit more. Now we're at a good comfortable speed. Still coming in. And then once we're here, we will start to adjust and catty corner. Kind of just have to sort of feel out where you are as you get used to this. Might do a little bump here and there. It's fine. Just don't go too fast. That feels about right. I came in at a bit of a different angle than I'm used to in this place, so let's back up a bit more.
Landing complete.
See, it's just coming out of that first bay. And for quick routing, with all the doors open, it's real easy. You just come this way, just kind of back up right here. Yeah, look at that. Lined up right in front of the cargo bay, which is perfect. Well, we'll fix that. Throw that in there too. And that's it for drop number 1. Put that over there. Move this forward. Perfect. Alright. On to the next. I do like the cat's change to its doors for this reason, though, because it is nice to be able to just tap it closed and it brings you back up. I still wish we had a middle point. I wish there was a point where it did the original open, like right here. Oh well. Alright. Next on the list, just like the last 3 runs, Casio.
You are clear to launch.
Gonna go ahead and kind of boost up to get her moving because she's heavy. Gear and doors closing. Angle up to about 60 degrees of pitch with this thing just because of how massive she is. Ease our way out. 65 shouldn't be bad. And then boost away.
Thank you, and please visit again.
Use those massive engines to our advantage. Is ship armor thing in 4.4? If so, size 3 guns won't do jack to a cat. Nope, ship armor is not in yet. That is the Maelstrom tech. And as far as I know, that's supposed to follow engineering, I think. It's definitely not in yet, though. Alright. Casio. Alright, let's see if we can find out which spot this is. We're at the 9K, just above quantum ability. Oh, first try. Awesome. And I guess technically with the Caterpillar having things in there at different segments, if you end up going to the wrong location because you're out of order, it doesn't really matter. Because if you're like, oh shit, I'm at Sakura. Wait, that's just Bay 3. And you can offload Bay 3. You know, it makes it... It's so easy. It's so good. I love it. The Caterpillar is wonderful for this sort of thing. I really like the asymmetrical design of flying it too, personally.
Is now off.
All right. Well, wait. We're diving in too soon. Let's use that upper atmosphere. We're 11 kilometers up, so we might as well. Let's take advantage of that speed. Oh, it's cool seeing the streams come off the side. Alright. Angle down, get some negative G feelings. Like, whoa. Let's make sure we are getting closer to Casio versus anything else. Wait, are we at Farnsway? Did it fuck up? Did it take us to the wrong one? We'll know if it's Farnsway because it'll have the coastal. Oh, I think we ended up going to Farnsway. Hold up. Yeah, because we're at, this is the beachside one. Interesting. Okay, well, it's like I just said. Now we know.
Landing complete. Pleasant stay.
Landing gear.
That's weird. That's the first time the navigation messed up for us today doing this. It'd be a lot more complicated if we were in the raft. But we're not, so we're good. We'll verify once we get down here. But I'm fairly confident, given the coastal proximity, that we're at Farnsway and not Casio. When you've done this enough, you just sort of get used to these things. The weird little camera jiggles are still strange to me. I don't see why those are necessary. Alright, let's get our ass down in here. Perfect. We will level out a bit because we're coming down still. Let's back up. There we go. See, this is the angle I'm used to because you should be able to get well turned to where these numbers are sort of in front of your bow, just like that. There we go.
Landing complete.
All right,
Have a pleasant
doors
stay.
open. Definitely need more asymmetrical ships, to be honest. Yeah, I agree. I like the design. I like when it's not all super symmetrical and predictable. I like some weirdness. Alright, let's double check now. Yep, confirmed. Farnsway. That's funny. Okay, so Bay 2. Easy day. No worries, man. No worries. We're good. Wow. Alright. Well, I didn't really want to grab that one, but that's fine. That's fine, that's fine. Throw this down. Here we go. Well, that went flying. Let's see. Let's try to grid this. Okay, that's it. I want to make sure everything's gridded real quick before we actually send it down. I think that last box did, but kind of hard to see. Yeah, we're good. Alright, so we're going to Castillo next. Since Farnsway happened first. All green, looks good. With the new tractor rifle, I wonder if you can send something so fast it kills someone on impact. Probably. I've been incapped by boxes at previous speeds, so I'd imagine you don't want to be on the receiving end of a full hit from the current tractor rifle's capabilities. Or even the handheld. The handheld is pretty fast too. I haven't really moved around too many like 24s and 32s with the rifle, so I don't know how fast those move. If they're anywhere near as fast as the 4s and 8s, that's kind of scary.
You are clear to launch.
Alright. Boost up. Get adjusted here. Gear and doors taken care of. On to the next. Here, while that's opening, let's see if we can actually set course this time for Castillo. Alright. And we should only be able to navigate to Castillo. We'll see, though. We'll see. We'll see, though, if we go to Castillo. Sorry, I had to. Alright. Full speed ahead. Bye-bye Farnsway, where it's raining again.
Thank you. And please visit again.
There's the sort of visible ocean coastline that gave it away. It's been raining there like the whole time, man. Pretty much the last 4 hours of live streaming. Oh shoot, my mouse is gonna die. I need to plug that in. Do that real quick. Hopefully this doesn't mess anything up. Sometimes, it's usually when I'm playing Battlefield, but plugging my mouse in can jack all kinds of stuff up. Okay, feels fine, feels fine. Alright. Breaking that 9 kilometers. We can now quantum. And we'll see if this is the right one. Should be. Let's check our nav and see what happens. See if we get any closer to it. Was 1.44 megometers away. So I am running the Razer Basilisk. The Viper, I think it's Viper Basilisk V3 Pro. Razer Basilisk V3 Pro. Mostly because of the incredible thing of having the free-floating scroll wheel. So if I flick the scroll wheel hard enough, it goes from locked to unlocked, so it'll just go, which is wonderful for tractoring stuff, like boxes and such. Because I'm not constantly flicking it over and over.
Quantum drive is now off.
There we go. Line up with the horizon. Full boost. Another reason I like the cat is I can actually see the facility in that upper window in the cockpit. It's like right now I can tell we're sort of over it. There we go. There it is. The blinking lights. And I can angle down to where it's in front of us. Just like that. Do my roll maneuver. Bring that velocity indicator down on top of it. Looking good.
Thank you, and please visit again.
All right. Gear down. Start angling for descent. Yo, Royce, what's up, dude? Sorry about yesterday, man. I was thinking about you. I was so messed up from being sick plus allergies that I didn't play any Battlefield. I didn't stream or anything. It was a rough day. But shouldn't be a problem on Thursday, though. Looking forward to getting back in there. Oh, good to see you on the stream. We're in the rather sizable Drake Caterpillar coming in, dropping some cargo. Here we go. All right. Whoa, we came down a little too hard. Oh, but we stopped before we hit the deck. Hell yeah. Kind of come back this way. Give ourselves that angle we want. Perfect. Drop down.
Landing complete.
Doors
What does it
open. Let's
say?
offload. And we will double check. Or not. Yeah, alright. Castillo. So Bay 1. All of this is going here. It's quite the load. Jeez, man. Alright, there we go. I'm getting used to how these things accelerate. There we are. Because this thing just wants to keep going with my free-floating mouse wheel to the point where even this one's still going. Oh, wow. Ha! I was able to do 2 with 1 flick. Let's see if I can do it again. We got this one going, and then... Oh, wrong one. That one's going still. Ah, it's awesome. No way. 2 for the price of 1. Flick. See, that's 1 flick of my mouse. And I can grab the next one and... Oh, no. It's going the wrong way. No! Oh, shit. No, 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 no. Okay. All right, all right, all right, all right. Got to control here. Oh, too much. All right, let's grid that. Let's grid this one, too. That was hilarious. The flick has gotten too strong, man. Come on. All right. Oh, that was great. Already the last box. Yeah, that's the biggest difference in the time it takes now to do this with the cat versus what it used to take. Big fan. Yeah, this is, I don't know if we talked about it at all when we were playing Battlefield, if I brought it up. This is the massive space sim game I was talking about. Massive. Yeah, there's so much to do. We're working on a hauling grind here. Rich 6, what's up? Good to see you. This is the Drake Caterpillar, which is a rather sizable cargo carrier. Definitely not the biggest. In fact, the one with the most quantity, sorry, the largest capacity we'll be messing with after this, because this stream I've been grinding through the ranks for the hauling, because this is actually the 4.4 test server for the live game. There's a lot of nuance, a lot of detail. You'll learn a lot if you stick around and find this sort of interesting, the sci-fi and stuff. There's combat, there's FPS, ground combat. In fact, playing Battlefield's got me wanting to get one of the Nova tanks in this game, go to a bunker and unleash hell.
You're clear to launch.
Yeah, mining, salvage, cargo transport, which I like a lot. Space trucking type stuff, which is what we're doing. There's bounty stuff with ships. There's bounty stuff with first-person weapons. all kinds of stuff. I actually got one of the new LMGs on my back that I need to mess around with. Maybe when we're heading back to the main station, I'll do a little fire demonstration with it. You know, I never got that tour of the whole sea. Hey, perfect. We'll do that when we grab the whole sea. What did we do the full tour? That works out. Because she's coming up soon. Because all we got are the 2 drops. Man, this is going by so fast for me. We just got to go to Sakura and then the main TISA spaceport for the last loads, and then we're done. So we're leaving now.
And please visit again.
Between the external cargo elevators and the improved tractor beams, I think the Caterpillar is going to shine now. Yeah, that's actually one thing from doing this little run of the member hall that I'm finding is loading it up was so quick compared to doing it beforehand. Because the last time I did this member grind with this ship, 3-4 months ago maybe? It was like the early 4.0 patches. Yeah, it was. It was like 4.0. I don't know. The videos are also on my YouTube channel, so I can always go back and check that. All right, let's set course for Sakura. That is our next destination. A buddy showed me this game called Nuclear Option. Might be something that you would enjoy. Nuclear, I'll have to check that out. It sounds interesting. I mean, the word nuclear kind of automatically makes things interesting. At least to me. All right, setting up our quantum travel. Do a super fast Google search on that real quick. Nuclear option. Oh. I see jets. I see what look to be like futuristic fighter jets. Combat flight game set in a dynamic and realistic battlefield of the near future. Use an array of advanced weapons to change course. Okay. Interesting. That does look pretty cool. Might have to check that out. You know me, I'm into flight. Do you see the 700k LC contracts no longer exist in 4.4? That, my friend, is what we're here to find out. I have heard the rumor, and I wanted to see it for myself because I want to be a reliable source of information for all my fellow whole sea captains. And we are at the end of our member grind. These last 2 drop-offs will put us in experienced rank, and then we can go look ourselves. I would have been experienced rank a long time ago. I've been kind of slacking in the PTU grind because I had reset my account to show off some early game stuff. I won't be doing that for a while because this is like the 3rd or 4th time I've gone through this grind just to get back up to like experienced level. See this? Oh, that's the chat that I just read. My bad. My brain did the thing. Because your name on my side came in the same color as Royce the King, so I wasn't sure if I had missed a chat. But yeah, that was my whole goal today. The last 4 hours have basically been this member haul. We've done this loop 3 times, and this is the grand finale, the 4th one with the Caterpillar. And it's been a breeze with the cat. It's fantastic. All right, calling our landing zone.
Pleasant stay.
This will be Bay 3, and then we can finish the final TISA drop-off, so should be another like 10 minutes. Landing gear down, coming in. Always with the ominous music at these places. All right. Gonna angle back. I like doing this without like bumping anything. It's always sort of my goal. I get really picky. Here we are.
Have a pleasant
Doors
stay.
open. Let's go drop off the Sakura bunch, and then we'll have one left. Bay 1's clear, Farnsway is clear, and here is the Sakura Bay. feel like you'd love Carry Command 2 as well. Graphically, it's not the most impressive, but it's sick as hell gameplay-wise. I probably would. You know, good gameplay will do it for me. I like playing a lot of games, even now, that I used to love. I'm actually thinking about trying to find a way to get my hands on some Ace Combat 4 on my PC. And maybe 0 and 5 as well. I loved all 3 of those, but 4 has a special place in my heart. That was my first Ace Combat and the one that kind of changed my life as a kid. Oh, the tractor rifle I'm using? Yeah, it got a major buff recently in the patch before this one because it used to be a lot slower. But now, man, it throws things like that. It throws things pretty fucking hard. I'll have to make sure I go find that box. Yeah, we're just offloading a bunch of materials like titanium, some medical stems, aluminum and shit to these different stations. And we're actually doing 6 contracts at the same time, which is why there's so much. And another reason it's great to use a ship of this size. The last run will be to Tisa Spaceport with a little bit of cargo I have left in the front bay. Being able to organize it like this is so awesome. Actually, I wonder, I might be able to fire this thing in here. So this is the new LMG that's currently doesn't have a magazine in it because it's strapped on my body. Let me load one in here. There we go. Alright, this thing's supposed to be a frickin' powerhouse. Definitely feels a little heavy. Okay, let's see. Hopefully I don't piss off Hurston Dynamics with this. Man. Hang on. I wanted to get a better shot. There we go. I like how the chamber, the whole barrel actuates. Thing's fucking awesome, dude. I can't wait to do some bunker missions with this sucker. I think I can put it in... Oh, nope, I just pulled out my other gun. How do I put it in semi-auto mode? Do we have that option? I don't even see like a HUD right now. Hang on. If we put my helmet on, that might be why. There's my HUD. Okay. So do I have... I don't have a weapon option for it, or like a semi-auto option for it. Nutty, dude. Pull my ammo together real quick. We also got our space AK, dude. The kill shot, I gotta mess with that more. Yeah, this thing is fucking sick. I love the art design. I love where the handle is on the side that you're grabbing. It's like a janky pipe-infused sort of foregrip. Look how wild that is. That's nice. Sorry, I'm flagging the audience with the barrel here. I'm so sorry, guys. I do love it, though. A nod to Star Citizen with that trigger discipline. Having your finger along the side. That's how I am. That's how everybody should be with any firearm. Don't pull the trigger or don't have your finger on it so you're ready to destroy whatever's in front of your gun. Freaking awesome. Alright, anyway, we're done playing with that. I'll put that away. And finish what we're doing here. Sorry. I'm a big gun guy, my guys. And Corsair and I, we met on Battlefield. We've had some good times in jets and helos, and can't wait for a whole lot more. And yeah, all clean, all turned in well. Yeah, the pulverizer is sick, bro. I'm very happy with it. I can't wait to get into some like Onyx facilities or something and tear it up. Of course, I got my LH86. Love this thing. Alright. Let's get out of here. Yeah, you'd probably be surprised with the quality of FPS in Star Citizen is not bad, man. It's a good time. I look forward to them continuing to evolve it. The bots, or the NPCs rather, in Star Citizen are about as derpy as the bots in Battlefield, so that would feel right at home. But when they hit you, man, it hurts. Alright.
Launch complete.
Gonna have to warm up the pilot sticks. Yeah, dude. That's how you get those crazy games, though, and get some mad rank up, right? The amount of kills you can get as a gunner in the attack kilo is nuts. Just wait, man. Just wait till we get our H6 Little Bird. I know some people are not looking forward to that. I very much am. Imagine if there's a map that had 2 of them. You and I and a couple of little birds terrorizing a map together would be a blast. I look forward to this. I gotta get a reputation for being a good helo pilot. I'm starting to get one as a jet pilot. I go into a dogfight lobby. People are like, geez, Deadwig, take a breath.
Thank you. And please visit again.
Feels good. Yeah, man. The F3 North Shore Canals. I barely got to mess with any of that, too. I did. I played a good bit of Battlefield 3, but right before 4 came out while I was in the Navy. And then 4 took my life. And I loved the hell out of the... I think it was the Nightbird in 2042, which I only played 2042 to get some of the skins and stuff for Battlefield 6. But I did enjoy the hell out of the Little Bird in Battlefield 4 as well. That was a good time. Alright. I really like my Demico with the scorched scope. Oh, yeah. Yeah, the Demico's great. Lorville. My favorite gun is still the S71 semi-auto designated marksman rifle. But there are a lot of great guns. The P8 AR is actually really good too. That is a music score I'm not too familiar with playing right now. It almost made me feel like I was going to Disney with my wife or something. Am I crazy for that? There must be some music scores that I haven't heard yet, or they maybe changed the play pattern of them in 4.4. Or maybe I'm just more aware of them because of the music changes to Levski. I don't know. It's hard to say. Oh. Yeah, it feels so good to be at the end of this. We are right at the crest, guys. We just got to get down here and finish this drop off. A little scan, can't see through the clouds. Ah, there we go. So it's going to be right below us.
Thank you for your patch. We have a hangar available.
All right. Welcome to the main city of Hurston Dynamics, Lorville. See if I can see which one's opening up right now. There it is, right in front of us. Cool. Gear down.
Landing gear down. Warning, you are leaving a safe zone.
Huh. Bunch of materials just kind of laying around out here. Somebody must have crashed. R.I.P.
Warning, you are leaving a safe zone.
All right. Feels pretty good. I haven't bumped any walls in the Caterpillar. I'm not as rusty as I thought I might be. Well, yet. The day is young, right? Come back this way. Give this a good rotate. Just kind of like feeling where the ass of the cat is just from knowing how the ship is made. It's like when you're driving your car and you just kind of know.
Assignment has been revoked.
What? Bullshit. I'm landing right now. What do you mean? As I was saying before I was really interrupted, it's kind of like when you just get to know the bubble of your car.
Please proceed.
And you just kind of know how close you are to stuff. Okay, this ATC now is feeling a little needy, little demanding. all the way up to Bay 4 for the final bit. And again, the whole reason for parking cat-a-corner like this is so that you can see the elevator and throw the boxes towards it without having to get out and readjust a bunch of stuff later, you know? Just simplicity of movement. Alright. But this is the last bit. We'll head back up to the space station, grab the whole C, and take a peek at the missions that are available. There we go. We did it, guys. 4 missions in about 4 hours. So that is about the length of this grind. You know, kind of casually chatting, having fun, but also being pretty experienced in doing these a lot, so my routine's kind of down pat. So, I mean, anywhere from 4 to 5 hours, I think, is a reasonable amount of time to expect. If you're really laid back, maybe 6 hours. But you'll get through that member grind quick and find yourself in the experienced rank, able to run whole C stuff. So we're going to go ahead and head back up to Aorus Harbor, call out the whole C, do a little whole C tour, take a look at all the missions that are available, and confirm, finally, which we'll actually do this part as we're leaving. I'll get a set to take off and set cruise control. We'll take a look at the missions. We won't wait. I won't make you guys wait for that. We'll look at that right now.
Landing gear up.
Attention, pilot, you are cleared for takeoff.
Oh, we've got a door glitch. Okay, there it is. I was about to say, haven't seen this outside of Levski yet, but it still happens. There's a nice Drake Corsair above us, taking off, or just kind of sitting there. Looks like he's actually just kind of sitting there. We'll pass under him.
Good luck on your travels.
All right.
As you leave our atmosphere, it's important to remember that Hurston Dynamics isn't simply known for its industrial dominance. We donate generously to a variety of worker charities.
All right, yeah, they really want us to know that they are giving back to people. All right, let's do it, guys. Let's look. Did we make it to experienced? We're sitting on 3.4 million, which is good. We definitely should have made it to experienced. Yep, we have cracked into the experienced contracts. Okay. So Interstellar still just shows the rookie Redwind missions, unfortunately. We are junior ranked with Redwind. So it's annoying that we're not seeing any other missions with them yet. So hopefully a patch coming soon fixes that. But let's look at the contracts we have available. So they would be under the Stellar category for sure, if they're here. Experienced Medium Haul. Experienced Direct. Everest to Tisa. I want to see if we got Everest to Lagrange Point. So you can't do the whole C for either of those. By Genie to Everest. There's a whole C capable mission. 410 SU for 162. By Genie to Everest. 2,799 for 248K. Tressler to Everest by Genie to Everest for 136K. 245K, Everest to Tressler. Everest to by Genie and Tressler. Total of 2,300. I think I'm already kind of seeing on my head, guys, what I'm going to do. We might not have the 700K single point ones, but we can start looping stations, bringing in hundreds of thousands. What we'll have to do is on the next live stream, we'll see with looping these experience runs how much we make in an hour. We'll see. Experience 165. Tressler to Everest. Yeah. Can confirm. 700K missions are gone. Yep, that's exactly what I think. I think that if you do it right, and if you stack them in the right way, you'll still be able to make a buttload of money. It's just not going to be the point-to-point 700Kers. Not with Covalex's Stellar missions. I think they're working on that with Redwind line haul. You guys can hold me to that. I'm either that or the Ling family, but I think Redwind. The Ling family seems to deal in like more trivial small stuff like party favors and visual equipment. But we'll see. But I can confirm, you've seen it here with me directly, that our Hull C 700K missions are not here. They're gone. We will loop these experienced missions. I will also do it off stream and see what Senior and Master might offer. But can confirm they are gone. Let's see, do we have any experienced here for local? Wow, that's a good amount of money to just run to some surface elevators. 160K, yeah, so we got some local. Planetary is going to have some too. Some good bits going from like TISA to Everest and stuff. That's pretty standard. But yeah, those missions are gone. Is that my Discord capture thing that's happening? When I'm doing Alt-C for cruise control in this game, and it keeps giving me that chime like I'm capturing stuff. All right, let's go to Everest real quick. Maybe we'll do like a loop or two or something. We'll do some Hull C stuff. We'll crack into it. We'll see what it's like. We'll see how it performs after we do the little tour. So stay tuned. We're not done yet. Seems like CIG is making the change to have Interstellar be the big bucks and Stellar require a planned stacked route. Yeah, and I personally am okay with that. It was way too busted as it currently is. You're making 700K to go 30 gigs. You're making $2 million an hour. Like, it's just insane, man. Like, it's great money, and I'm not gonna lie, I've enjoyed doing it. But I also don't think we're gonna be taking as much a hit as people think we are. I think it's just gonna require you to be a bit of a smarter hauler. You know, you're gonna stack some routes. You're gonna keep track of quantities, because on the Hull C, we got over 4,600 SCU to play with, man. So I want to see how the system's working too, because on the junior rank stuff, it was functioning really, really well. How will it function with a lot of stuff? We'll see. We're gonna test. I'm not gonna leave y'all hanging with that. So stay tuned if you want to see some of the first Hull C experience runs as they've been refactored. We're gonna do that.
Please proceed to assigned landing bay.
Yeah, if there's anything that I've noticed with the Interstellar and the Ling family stuff, the hauling so far I've seen in this, it actually feels like you're trucking. I think I said this on one of my other streams. Like, you feel like you're actually doing some space trucking. You're not just going back and forth between two stations making a shitload of money. You're actually traveling. You're going from one system to another system to another station to another system. Like, I don't know. It feels more real to me as a cargo loop versus just point to point make big bucks, you know. And there are going to be some people that aren't going to be happy with it. That's totally fine. That's valid. I'm not going to, you know, be down on people. But I am one of the people that actually, I'm with you guys. I think that, or at least those who were talking about already, that I'm okay with it being gone. I think that's a good thing. All right. Thank you, Caterpillar, for the fun times.
Have a pleasant stay.
You were a wonderful finisher to the member grind, which I wasn't. I mean, I was pretty committed to getting that done in this live stream, but it feels actually good that we did. We went from member to experienced in one stream. That's kind of crazy. But it is a tried and true method, man. You do that and you'll rank up well. I'm going to close that. I don't like just leaving my door open. All right. Hull C time. Hopefully I parked far enough back this time that it's not going to... It might. I might have parked too far forward again. It's going to get stuck on the edge.
ASOC vehicle retrieval system. Your vehicle is visitors again.
Oh, no it isn't. I was just in there. That's awesome. Yeah. I was so sure it was going to get stuck. Okay, so while the Hull C comes up, let's get our calculator out. I also want to see if like quantities are going to change, because that was kind of a problem before. Basic calculator is all I need, not my scientific calculator. Jeez. Okay. So, Stellar. That's our category. And let's Can't go to any Lagrange points. That makes that easy. Frames are a little laggy looking at this stuff. Okay, I think it started further down. TISA. There we go. Okay, 410. We'll go ahead and accept that. From Bygenie to Everest. Plus 2739 for Bygenie to Everest. Because these are both going from the same place, so that kind of matters. Alright, so that's 3149. Not planetary, stellar. Tressler to Everest. Tressler and Bygenie to Everest. Okay. We can fit that. The last bit of these cough drops suck. Sorry, hang on one second. They're fine. They just start to stick to your teeth. It's really annoying. Alright, so that one I'm not as excited about because it's pick up from two different spots. But we'll see. We'll try it. Bygenie to Everest again. So we can fit it. We can fit it. Yeah, so like in stacking these, this is starting to add up, guys. These three alone are Bygenie to Everest. And we're at 3800 SCU. In fact, you know, I think I'm going to... Where's this one? Because it's partially picking up from Tressler. I'm going to not do that one. Abandoning shouldn't affect rep. It doesn't, yeah. I'm just making sure. It's just submitting under 75% that affects rep. Okay, let's scroll down further. What do we got here? It's Everest to Tressler and Bygenie. So I am seeing a potential loop. Okay. Alright. Another upside down cat, yeah. Yeah, okay. So this one we can pick up from here and take to Bygenie. Oh, wait a minute. Hold up. That mission that we just abandoned from Tressler. This is all kind of connecting. So did they actually do this intentionally? That's Everest to TISA. Where's the one that we just had? Wait, are we planetary or are we stellar? Damn it. Did it again. There we go. They just looked like planetary missions. I was like, hang on. Everest Tressler. Okay. We're going to accept them all just to be able to look at them a bit simpler. Because, you know, there's one thing we still definitely need. It's filters. Did I do it again? Did I go to planetary? Oh, no, I went stellar again. Okay, cool. That was from before. Port Tressler and Bygenie. This is the one that I had abandoned for 136. Yeah, I don't think this is going to be a bad thing. This might end up actually making us more money in a continuous sort of loop fashion. I don't know yet. Everest to to Baijini. See, I'm seeing return routes, which I love. That's one thing that, like, when you did a big 700K, or you rarely ever had a return route. Maybe like 150K mission. I'm actually getting kind of pumped. Tressler to Aorus. That's 8 missions. This is like a beefed up super version of the junior rank. I think we got them all. Yeah, I think we got them all. All right. Let's look what we got now. Let's plan a route here. I just got kicked for a patch update. Glad to see you're still on. Oh, shit. Well, that'd be some fucking timing, wouldn't it? All right, let's look at this while we can real quick. Because I think we got a loop here, guys. Between Tressler, Baijini, and Aorus. That's going to pay out. Let's see. Yeah, sort through and kind of see if we have a route here. All right, so we got Tressler to Aorus. Aorus to Baijini. Tressler and Baijini to Aorus. Aorus to Tressler. Aorus to Port Tressler Baijini. Baijini to Aorus. Baijini to Aorus. Baijini to Aorus. All right. So, I say we go load up here at Aorus. Where the fuck's my whole seat?
Welcome to the ASOP.
If it's this organized when it goes live, you've got to be kidding me. Bro. Fine.
Vehicles, your vehicle, please visit us again.
We're at Aorus. We're at Aorus Harbor. I think, just from my gut, and I could be off, I think the run is going to be Aorus, Tressler, Baijini on a loop. And you're kind of picking up and dropping off continuously as you go. Or maybe it's Aorus, Baijini, Tressler. Let's see how they look on the map. Alright, so we got Aorus, Baijini, and Tressler. So it doesn't really matter how we do it. We can do it like this. And those distances, especially with a TS2 or an Erebus Quantum Drive, are going to be like Aorus to Baijini to Tressler. That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah. Alright, we got this basic ass whole C here. That's not my whole C. This is the one they gave me. Oh, but we need to put the TS2 on it real quick. Shit.
Welcome.
Please don't fuck up.
Vehicle retrieval system. Your vehicle has
We're going to swap the TS2 off the Caterpillar. Thank you so much, Karza, for giving us 2. Oh, no. Wait a minute. Is the cat in a claim status?
welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
Why?
Please visit us again. Goodbye.
Damn. I guess we're going to do it in a base whole C unless they kick us out.
Welcome.
Yeah, I did a little kick in the air. Let's see if we can call it up or if it's in claim status too. All right, no, the basic one's still. All right, we're just gonna take the base whole C just so we can do this experimental run. We're gonna kind of take note. So it is 4:34 now. Actually, I'm just gonna run a stopwatch on my phone. Just get a general idea. So it's reasonable. You know, we're grabbing the whole scene now. I'm just going to go ahead and hit start on the timer. We got the missions, so maybe even like plus 2-3 minutes as we're grabbing missions. I don't think we'll have time to go shopping at Costco. Just given if there is a new patch on the way, it's going to be coming out quick. I want to see if I can maybe crack into a couple of these to see how the loading and offloading process is, how many missions are able to complete at once. Because I don't think going into any one particular location that we're over the 4,600 capacity. I think we're close. I think it's almost 4,000 from Everest to Baijini, but I think that it's kind of, in general, as you're going around, it stays under the whole C's max capacity, which, if I were the devs, that's probably what I would have done. And this is going to encourage people to do loops, and not every server might be the same. Some of them you might have Seraphim going to Tressler or whatever. Maybe even including the gateways. All the gateway missions are gone, though. All the interstellars. All the interstellars are gone, because I bet, again, that that's going to be Red Wind Line Haul. 100%. Alright. Let's go ahead and redirect some of our power. We don't really need anything to weapons. Yeah, we're going to have both coolers, so we'll kill that one. Go down to the 2. Full engine power and shield power. Perfect. And then... God, we got like this rented whole C right now. It feels weird. There we go. Oh. Oh, that wasn't supposed to happen. There we go. Okay. What did we just hit?
Thank you.
What the hell?
Please
Just...
visit again.
Whatever, man. Alright.
Hey, this is Cargo Services. Let me see what we got. Got a deck assignment for you.
That was fast. Alright. Already got a deck assignment. Let's go find it real quick. There it is. Alright. This whole C should be all expanded. Hell yeah. Okay. Thank you, Chris Roberts, for giving me the second whole C, because that would have been a problem, because the Maggie C did not want to play with us.
Welcome to the loading area. If you get into position, we can get started.
Oh, I came in a little too hot. Let's shuffle back over. Feel like I'm racing against the server patch timing. Okay, we're stopped. Let's see what happens.
Hold tight. We're starting to transfer your cargo. Whoa, got an issue. Double check your position and that the loading area is clear. Cool. Start cargo transfer now. Whoa, got an issue. Double check your position and that the loading area is clear. Alright. Cargo's being transferred. I'm getting an error on your cargo. Check your position and make sure the area is clear and we can continue.
Alright, yeah, this vocal stuff is a problem.
Whoa, got an issue.
Doing a seat
Double
check.
check your position and that the loading area is clear. Cool. Start cargo transfer now. I'm getting an error on your cargo.
Alright,
Check
I'm
your
sorry guys, I'm
position
turning
and
that
make
shit
sure the
off.
area is clear and we can...
So we've got a problem with onload. It's not good. I might have snagged my landing gear. Yeah, I think you're right. Let's try the tactic that we were trying in live. And let's use the furthest back section. So we're going to go get this revoked. And I'm keeping the vocal thing off because every time it's trying to initiate, it's triggering her speech. And that is really annoying. Hey, I'm getting an error on your cargo. Okay, you're all good. Whoa. Hey, I'm getting an error on your... I hate you. The chat's broken. Alright. Landing area revoked. Let's get back here. I went way too fast. Holy shit. Okay, at least the communication... Nope, the communication loop is still going on. Stop. It's still trying to do it. Stop. It might be broken right now, so... the next update, I'm actually going to set my home to Aorus for more of this testing. But we might be a little broken at the moment. I wonder how many people at this level are actually doing this testing. That could be a problem, because I don't think everybody's in the PTU is like an experienced hauler. That could spell issues for testing. Okay, I'm requesting now. Hopefully we get a grid back here. Standing by. Should be able to see if anything populates. Alright. Maybe we try it by Genie first. Maybe quantum away will sort of break this weird cycle. Oh, never mind. They gave us a grid. I think that's the same fucking grid we had. We'll try it, man. We'll try it. We'll see. Oh, no, this one's further back. This one's further back. Depth perception's a bitch when you're in space. Okay. Alright, fingers crossed. I hope this works. We are in. Coming to a stop. We are stopped. Grid's going away, which traditionally means that the loading process will start, but the process is not starting. There's definitely something wrong here. I think we try it by Genie. Yeah, it currently stands. Experienced whole C missions are just not working at all. This might be what was broken before they fixed it in the live build. Because this was the problem, the infinite loading tick. It's just now it's accompanied by repeating vocal dialogue. Or just repeating dialogue, sorry. Saying vocal dialogue's a little redundant. Alright. Well, we'll close her up. No point in quantuming while we are spread eagle. This might take 10 years because we're in the comma quantum drive rather than the TS2. Because Chris Roberts decided he was going to eat both my Caterpillar and my Hull C today. Okay, but imagine a Hull C combat variant where when it folds out, it has a bunch of missile pods instead of cargo. Oh, that would be insane. That takes me back to thinking about the Liger Zero Panzer when it opens up all of its bays for missile deployment. Oh, dude. Gosh, the memories. See if anybody remembers this thing. Of course, all the pictures of it are of like the toy model. Liger Zero Panzer Missile Barrage. God, this thing was so cool. Hang on, wait a minute. We're quantum traveling, so I'm gonna have some fun with this. Probably get my stream demonetized like the last one when I showed the island. Liger Zero Panzer scene. Yep, it's only a minute long, but hey. Check this out. So bring back the memories, baby. My childhood.
Hybrid cannon, fire!
A little stressing on the Liger's ankles. And then this is the missile pod moment. Oh, it's so good, man. Oh, I have got to go back and rewatch these. I have got it. So this is Zoids. There's two variants really of the OG Zoids. There's like Chaotic Sentry, I think, which is the one where they're like in competitions, which is that one with BitCloud and the team and the Liger Zero. And then there's the older stuff with Van and the Shield Liger and Zeke, the Organoid and stuff. It's a great series. You know, I grew up with it. I loved it so much. I've managed to find it somewhere on not like a normal streaming website. It's kind of hard to find some of those older animes, but they're so good. And of course they come, you know, subbed or dubbed. But the Liger Zero can go through like changes where it can get equipment like the Jaeger, which makes it really fast, the Panzer, which makes it like a freaking battle tank, all kinds of stuff. And when you mentioned the whole C having all the missile pods, that's what popped in my head, was the Liger Zero Panzer, and just like unloading all of its missiles, targeting all of the freaking Zoids in the sky, and then unleashing hell. The concept of that show is like war games for competitive sport. So like pilots are, you know, safe, you know, they don't die. Kind of like G Gundam in a way, the martial arts tournament with Gundams to decide the fates of war versus actually having people go and die in war. Interesting concepts. Alright, let's see if we have any better luck at Baijini. If not, this will definitely be where we conclude it for the day. Granted, it's almost been 5 hours, which is insane anyway, so I definitely need to give my voice a break because I've still been talking too much. Not a good sign that the transfer paused icon is still on our HUD. So hopefully after some more updates, this is fixed. I think Hull C missions are broken, just like they were before the recent fix in 4.3.2. Sad face. Alright, we're going to try going to the back section, which does seem to give us better results in the live build with the current Hull C function. But yeah, I think they're still working on these because so far it's a no-go, which is sad. Because I do think it's going to be a stupid amount of money in a relatively short amount of time. You're just not doing it all in one bulk mission. So I will say that anybody who's sad, don't be, aside from the fact that the missions aren't working right now. Like that, yeah, it makes sense to be sad about. But don't be sad especially about like not making as much money, because I still think we can. I still think it's going to be very lucrative. Wow, that instantly came up. Okay. I don't know if that's a good sign or a bad sign. The whole C enjoyers going from it's so over to we're so back. Yeah, I hope so. Oop, flew through that way too fast. Let's go ahead and upward strafe back into that cargo box. I should be in it. It's like right here in front of us. Or did it get revoked? No, there it is. Jeez. I'm like dancing around the damn thing. How am I doing this? Okay. Alright. Come on. Oh! That would help, wouldn't it? Okay, waiting for expansion so that the text is changing. I like that. It would help if we were in our extended configuration. The lighting is extremely dark here because we're probably night side and the grid is just making it weird. Alright, let's see if we get any silhouettes of boxes coming on board, though. That's what I want to see. We're extended. Do I need to jiggle the stick, or will it register? Nope. We're loading, guys. There it goes. Okay. How much are we going to load? So, continuing the loop, Tressler, then Everest. Then Baijini, Tressler, Everest, at least for this current test. I don't know how many missions worth we're actually getting here. But we're getting a good chunk of stuff, and it is working. So Everest Harbor glitched. But it's not like an end-all. And yeah, we got a lot of stuff at Baijini, dude. Holy shit. We're still loading. It's definitely whole C quantities. There's one full spindle. Maybe. I don't think the Bygenie amounts were at capacity. I know that the Aorus amounts were getting close. Or was it Bygenie that was getting close? Bygenie is around 4K. If we did the math right, Bygenie is really close. Yeah, alright, cool. I think we're complete. We'll break... Wow, yeah, we're heavy again. Oh, man, it feels good. Feels good to feel like we're moving like a frickin' whale. Okay, let's head over this direction, away from everything for a minute. And let's get a bearing of what we've just collected from Bygenie before we set course. So of the 8 contracts, we got... Okay, here's some Bygenie. 489, 2739, and 410. So yeah, it's a good amount. That's 3,500 SEU of cargo, and it's all going to Aorus. Kind of perfect. Yeah, okay, so actually we'll do this. We'll go Bygenie Aorus Tressler in a reverse loop. But that's 3 missions worth. Let's add up the value once we hit our quantum travel. I'm excited. This feels a lot better than having just one single mission. Like, actually having loops is going to be a good time. Alright, and wow, we're overcompensated because we're already heavy as shit. So I am trying to adjust. There we go. Alright. Hopefully Everest Harbor takes it. There's the thumbnail, right? For the video where I go, we are so back. Wait, let me get rid of the frame rate stuff in the top corner. And there's like all kinds of different cargo on this, dude. We got like waste down here. We got what looks like quartz and I don't know, various assortments of metals. This is dope because it's like a full-blown hauling rideshare sort of thing where you got a bunch of different products. Let's see what the total value of this quick trip from Bygenie to Everest is going to net us. We're at 20 minutes since we technically started the timer. Granted, our first attempt at getting anything was not going to work. So, all 3 of these... No, wait. All 3 of these ones. Bygenie. So 127 plus 248 plus 162. That is a 537,000 AUEC payout right there. So we didn't go anywhere, guys. Halsey is still here cooking. It's really going to come down to how consistently it works. That's over 500k in one point to point. And those aren't even the heavier missions. There are several big missions here. Like Everest, Tressler, Tressler. All of this together. We'll see how long it takes us to run this whole loop of contracts. As a rough sort of idea. And even on this slow-ass quantum drive, we're covering these distances pretty quickly. Now, Everest just has to work. We're going to immediately go for the furthest back grid. And see. But, yeah, 537,000 payout if everything completes with nothing getting left behind. That's nothing to sneeze at. That's actually kind of what we were normally making with the 700k missions, because most of the time you were partial submitting because you didn't get all the delivery in. You were making 531k. So you're technically netting more than that if this works. I guess we'll see. I don't know. I'm excited. I'm optimistic. Got to get to this orbital node up here. More than the value of that hour's worth of planetary missions in one trip with the whole sea. That's already an insane jump. And this isn't even the Red Wind Interstellar stuff. that at the rookie levels is 300k per run. In most cases, 2 to 300. Now, I don't want to get too excited to count my eggs for the hatch or anything, because this still has to work. But the value potential is definitely still there. Yeah, true. If you were going from what's now Nix to Terra, that was 120 gigs. Nix to Everest is like 80 gigs. The other two were 50 and 30. But Everest Harbor rarely ever worked, which we might have to like avoid Everest too, depending on how stable it is. I guess we'll see. But we'll try. Let's head back to the aft part, or the furthest, the distal, like away from the center. Woof. We are heavy. Definitely gonna do the turn and burn style entries. I mostly just want to make sure. Can't do it from there. Looks pretty clear. Keep going to about 250 or so meters a second. Then we'll flip and burn. Yeah, no joke. Yeah, I might just leave the voices off or really low until that gets better resolved, because that is annoying to listen to. Alright, coming in Canterbury style. We're doing good. Me actually... Whoop, not that button. Options. Put this at like 35% for now. Alright, let's see. I'm going to wait till we're a bit closer to the aft section before I call, because I don't want it to give us one too far to the left there. Make sure we're not going to hit anything. Alright. Sweet. Got the cargo transfer request right away with no vocals at all, which I don't really dislike. I should not have turned yet. I should have halted my velocity first. What is this, my first time? Trying to arrest that momentum. There we go. We are definitely feeling the weight of all this. Especially when trying to roll or use any sort of lateral thrust. It's basically not there when the hull sees at capacity or anywhere near it. You want to use vertical and forward and back thrust. Lateral thrust and roll are not good.
Hold tight. Start to transfer your cargo.
It's working. Okay, so I think we just had an unlucky start. So we should be offloading and then onloading, as long as it does it right. All right, it's taking the innermost spindle sections first. should be doing the same. Oh, there goes the top spindle. Is dumping. Yeah, it's taking a lot from Bygenie. It's the 2739 SCU worth of stuff. Top spindles dumping the rest. It's a good about a 32 SCU per second sort of tick, which is pretty standard. That's what we've been dealing with. I just want to see if it'll auto start on load. Because some of this, actually I think all of this might be going to Everest. This might be a full offload to Everest. Which actually would be really nice, because that would mean it'd be a completely clean spindle set for the Tressler to Bygenie run. Oh, here we go. No, we're getting stuff now. Oh, never mind. Those just got taken off. That was weird. We saw stuff turn on and then go away.
Transfer complete. You're good to go.
Okay. Transfer complete. Let's back away for now. Let's let the box revoke. So we might have to call a separate box for
Thank you. And please visit again.
the missions. So that completed the 3. So Everest, Bygenie, Everest. Trust what? Oh, we didn't get this. So you're right. Oh. Hold up. I'm kind of confused. Collect waste from Tressler. We haven't gone to Tressler yet. Are we at Tressler? No, we're not. We're at Everest. Yo, Smig. Yep, I agree. They definitely should. Alright, let's, Is this Tressler? Hold up. No, it's Everest Harbor. I'm not insane. Alright, sorry guys. I was like losing my mind for a second. We ran a Bygenie run to Everest. But apparently we didn't pick up one thing at Bygenie. I think that Strand might have been right. That we were too full to finish that. But I think that's okay. I think this loop is still going to work really well. Because we just did make 537k off of 3 missions that fully completed from just one place to another. So though the 700k individual missions are gone, Moneymaker is still very much what we're going to be doing. Alright, so now we should pick up a buttload of stuff. It's working. Okay. Yeah, see, that's what's weird. We haven't gone to Tressler yet. So, something's off. We are picking up the Everest load, though. Which, I think we have several Everest missions stacked. Oh, yeah. Yep. All the Interstellar missions are gone because that's Red Wind Line Haul now. Which we don't have any upper tier missions for them yet because we're still only in the rookie category on the missions, even though I'm a junior rank. We just, Ling Family and Red Wind are not showing up. Covalex is purely stellar. No more Interstellars. But you have so many high-ranking Interstellars that you can take between the main stations that your payout's probably going to be very similar, if not the same. Anyway, real quick. So we got 2459 from Everest plus... see, that's going to... That's the confusing one. 1720. Ooh, uh-oh. 1720 plus 2459. Yeah, that's already over capacity. Yikes. Yeah. Yep. We're not going to fit everything, so we're going to be making a couple of looped runs for sure. We are definitely about to be full of whatever this is. So I think that eventually, like, running a continuous loop is going to be the way to make the money here, because you can just fill up, and it looks like it's doing a pretty good job. And you just might not complete the contract in the first go-around, I guess? I don't know. We'll have to play around with it.
Error on your cargo. Check your position and make sure the area is clear, and we can continue.
Hell, the error is I'm full.
Start cargo transfer now. Transfer complete. You're good to go.
Okay. They moved the interstellar stuff to Redwind. Damn, gonna have to rank them up. Yep, we sure are. I think I am member in live. I'm gonna have to rank that up. There's also Ling Family Hauling. They are new.
Let me see what we got. Sending you a deck.
Alright, so hold up. So where are these going again? Everest to Bygenie. Everest to Tressler. So Bygenie and Tressler are both getting a little bit. Plus, we got to pick up some from Bygenie and then Everest again. Yeah, this will take a little messing with, but I think we'll be alright. Let's go Port Tressler. I'm not going to add any new missions. We're just going to do this until it's like, it's all done and just make sure it's possible. Yeah, I think you're right. It will be kind of similar to that. These distances are so short, too, between these stations because you're dealing with the planetary low-orbit stations versus dealing with the gateways. So, I really don't think this is a bad thing. I think this is going to be fine. It might just ever so moderately impact your revenue, but you're still doing full whole sea loads. And again, yeah, I feel like it adds more to the experience of like actually space trucking versus just A to B 700K done. Yep, that's what I'm thinking. We're gonna kind of offload and bounce around until these are done. See kind of how long it took on the timer, even with Everest Harbor being messed up at first. So that's more like a plus or minus 10 minutes. Because we're at the 30-minute mark. We've already made 500K. 537, I think, which is awesome. Yeah, I don't think this is going to be bad at all. Yeah, we made 127, 248, 162. We've already made over 530K with that one run. Ugh. I mean, it's definitely a form of trucking. That's long haul, A to B trucking routes. Well, yeah, except I don't really think it's long haul. What you're talking about is long haul, but what we're currently doing for 700K in Covalex isn't really long haul. In my opinion, I think long haul would be like, you know, going from Stanton to Pyro to Nix, like actual interstellar. I think that qualifies a bit more. And I think that's where we're going to see the highest payout stuff because it's also the highest risk. We'll see how the ports of entry treat us and whether or not we might actually want friends to be escorting or just like picking low pop servers and stuff. Yeah, and that part I am very curious about. This is definitely more localized, big rig, heavy trucking. Yep. Right on, dude. Yeah, same page. Yeah. But I think it's kind of cool because it'll be fun sort of like trying to math it. Be like, well, I can carry 4608. I've got this much. Oh, shit. We ended up bouncing out of Quantum. Oof. That cooldown is rough. Yeah, that'd be rough. I would hope you wouldn't be dealing with actual real-life long-haul trucking. That is hard on the body. But fingers crossed for you, man. I hope you get some good news with a job offer. And I hope the little one is as happy and as healthy as ever and allowing you and mama to sleep. That newborn life. Which this is round 2 for you, so you already know. What we're doing is grocery deliveries for grocery stores. Full load, partial. Yeah, there you go. Yep. Just saw an interesting short of a dad having his young kid do burpees while making him say, "I will not be disrespectful," in a cadence. Dad did it with him. Ah, there you go. So, no, I've got 2 TS2s. My Hull C and my Caterpillar both decided to go into claim status at Everest Harbor. So I am using the duplicate Hull C that the PTU gave me And since the TS2s run my cat and my Hull C, we are rocking the bone stock comma drive, which is a little rough. But this is the tail end of an over 5-hour stream now, where we ground through Member and got back to Experienced, and really wanted to see how these missions would perform, because I had heard the rumor that the missions were gone. And yeah, it feels good to be able to confirm that, but to also show that this thing is still going to be a hell of a revenue driver. Yeah, the Chris Roberts shenanigans really struck at the end of the stream there, or at the end of the Member grind, for sure. I honestly think Aorus was just bugged, like Levski was bugged a couple streams ago. Yeah, probably. Aorus is definitely known for being a bit rough. Here we are at Tressler. It also feels good, though, to be going to these places more instead of just the gateways that are all kind of copy and paste. Like, actually seeing the different planets, I'm excited about. And yeah, long stream. A lot longer than I probably should be. We're wrapping it up with the completion of these missions, though, so I can get out of here. I'm still recovering from being sick, but really wanted to share this experience with everybody. And to do something, because this is kind of like work for me. It's been it's been a rough time getting over this damn cold. Good to hear the little one's doing great. She's off sleeping on mama right now. Hell yeah, that's awesome. I just got done changing some diapers. Came to PC to mess around a bit while the kiddo was napping. Sounds good. Oh, it's always cool to have you pop in, man. I'm glad things are going really well. I'm just dedicated to this PTU testing and Hull C shenanigans and how it's going to affect us. Next live stream is probably going to be hard, dedicated on probably like really maximizing the loops and seeing if they add any progression to Ling or Redwind. I really hate that there's nothing beyond Rookie right now. Oh yeah, and Port Tressler's cargo bay area is tiny, dude. Look at that little tiny section. All of the external cargo bays, by the way, at all these stations got reworked like Levski, so they actually have external elevators and little platforms where you can actually go access your freight elevator. It's really cool. And contrary to some fears, it doesn't mean you have to manually load your Hull C. You don't. You can still auto-load. Other than getting over the sickness and allergies, should go well for you, real estate, but, well, not while the government's shut down, unfortunately. Yeah, that's a whole other monster. A lot of loan deals and all are federally backed, and real estate market's feeling it. So, real estate's basically, for me, been on pause. Just got my 12-volt battery swapped out in the car today, so tomorrow morning I will be back out grinding on the road, Uber and Lyft, making that money. I'm a little behind in the bills. Got to get those bills paid. So I'm hoping real estate spools up. It's not been great, man. I mean, I know I'm entry level coming into it, but I get a lot of window shoppers that aren't really serious. A lot of being kind of dicked around with phone calls and people window shopping for stuff that they really know they can't afford, but we still go through the process and it takes forever and then they're denied anyway. And it's just, I don't know. It's a headache. It's annoying. If I could just be a wealthy streamer, I'd be happy. Just got to keep working at it. Yeah, I don't want to get anybody started on the government shutdown shit. I just wish it was over. So a lot of people could get back to work and we can start trudging forward. Alright, let's get this slowed down. Yeah, 432 is a bit rough. Window shopping for houses or land. Like people that, you know, are going through the apps and all, and I get dinged to talk to them and put in the effort to do house showings and such, and like people house shop with their, it's kind of like when you're picking food with your eyes and not the size of your stomach, I guess, to put it politely. Like houses they have no business looking at, or they just have all these like crazy demands, like they want this much land in this area with this kind of a house for this price, and I'm like, yeah, that doesn't exist. I am a realtor in the state of Florida. Yep. I am a realtor. I have gotten one buyer into a house, so I've officially closed a deal, which makes me feel like I can say I'm actually a realtor, because I've actually closed a deal, and that was cool. But so far, that's the only one. And it's a little bit slow to grow. You know, give me the open slot. Alright. We got our deck assignment. Where is it? I know. Okay, so here above the Hull C, I'm pointing to it. Like right above where my spindles are, you can actually see one of the elevator platforms. There it is. But yeah, these cargo areas got completely reworked. Yeah, you definitely got to balance what you want versus what exists versus what you can actually afford. Yeah, exactly. And I get that, you know, it's some people call it growing pains. I'm coming in new. A lot of the experienced realtors are getting more of the quality leads. To me, that's all a bunch of bullshit. That's just like a friendly way of saying, you know, we're going to scoop up the good stuff. You deal with the riffraff and the bullshit until you've been in long enough that we want to throw you a bone. So once this shutdown's over and my stuff's kind of back in order, I'm sort of going to go my own kind of route. I'm staying with the team I'm on because you got to be on a team and it'd be stupid to leave the team. But I'm going to start doing my own research and like finding more wealthy neighborhoods with like expired listings and start selling houses my way instead of the normal way, which will take forever to freaking get anywhere. Yeah, sorry. Didn't mean to go on that little rant. All right, let's see if we actually offload here.
Hold tight. Start to transfer your cargo.
She says we're... Oh, there we go, guys. Okay. So I'm at least happy to see that the system is working pretty well. Aorus, like we said, just had that little glitch. But this is good server response. I'm digging it. This should take pretty much everything. We might have some stuff left over for Bygenie, which is kind of the fun. You know, I almost feel like I'm going to have to keep myself like a trucker's decklog. Be like, all right, what the hell did I pick up from here? Oh, okay, all right. Twitch drops coming to Nyx? Interesting.
To assigned landing bay.
I did it my way. Yes, sir. That's exactly how I want to do it. Don't forget to load back up after the unload. Yes.
Safe flying.
Wait, is that it? Is that all that's going to Tressler? Or is the rest going to Bygenie? Alright, we'll back away from this station. And we will check our missions. Get up to about 20 meters a second. Alright. Is that really all we had to drop there? Yeah, if I could, I'd love to just get really well known and make all my money doing this. Because I love doing this. This is fun.
Cargo services. Let me see what.
Maybe eventually.
Okay, here's your deck of
Tressler to Aorus.
Thank you. And please visit again.
Yeah, I do think we have to collect that. So we're going to stop.
cargo services. Let me see what we've got. Hey, this is cargo services. Let me see what we got.
Alright. Perfect. Area revoked. That's what I want to see.
Hey, this is cargo services. Let me see what we got. Hey, this is cargo services. Let me see what we got. Got a deck assignment.
There we go. Alright. So this should allow us to pick up. We definitely got the space for this pickup too. It's kind of cool seeing how they're kind of navigating, putting multiple things on the whole sea.
I've got you into the loading area. Get into place and we'll start loading your cargo.
Coming to a stop. Yeah, those mission logs would be pretty sweet. I wish. Yeah, I might actually incorporate taking pictures of this stuff with my phone like I do for the member grind. It's probably a good idea, man. I might end up having to do that. Alright, let's give it a little wiggle. Communication with the station's still more of the same. I don't think I picked up the stuff. It just said deliver, so maybe we do have it. What was it? Hydrogen? If it's hydrogen, I can't really tell because that's all hydrogen on board.
Cool. Start cargo transfer now.
Or it just so happens to be doing it now. No, it's pressurized ice. Okay, so that should be very obviously different. Hey! There it is. We're getting stuff. We're getting stuff, guys. We're getting a lot of stuff.
Alright, you're loaded up. Have a good one.
Yeah, that's ice and waste, I think. Okay. So, Bygenie, yeah? Sup, dude? Hope's all well. Do you mind if I ask a few noob questions? Absolutely, man. Ask away. Happy to help. Hopefully I can help. Or maybe somebody in the chat might be able to help. In the meantime, we're going to set course for Bygenie as we wrap this up.
And please visit again.
Thanks for contacting cargo services.
Don't need another deck assignment. We're done. We got everything. At least I hope we did. We'll find out. This is one of the bigger jumps, and still not bad. Yep, so we should be finishing up at Everest. Everest, not Everest. Mount Everest! So on this game, was wondering how the current state is. I've had my eye on it for a long time now. Also, I don't have homies to play with, so it's solo. Just what are your thoughts on the state of the game? So, I think that, honestly, coming in now, and this probably would have been true even beforehand, is one of the best times you can. There is a lot to do in-game now. Many years ago, it was basically Hangar Citizen, where you had nothing but a hangar and you could look at your ship. And then for several years, all we had was Stanton, which is actually the system that I'm in now doing some hauling testing. I'm currently in the 4.4 PTU test that's going through all of its test waves before it goes live. This is the third star system coming in called Nyx. It's not going to be finished, but it's growing. So this game has been in a pretty awesome state this last year of kind of continuous improvement. And it's come with some hiccups, but it's come with a lot of great content, whether you're solo or you have friends. I play solo a lot. A lot of us do. We also have a bunch of organizations that have come together. I've got my own that I founded with some great people. One of them's in the chat, Smig. He's been incredible. I know he's been really busy with daddy duties. A lot of us have been busy, so we haven't been grouped up together quite as much. But from FPS content, like first-person shooter style stuff, to cargo running, to mining, to salvage loops, to bounty hunting, to just exploration, to random sort of missions, to narrative-driven missions, there's a lot. And contrary to what some might have said or something you might have seen, you don't have to spend a lot of your personal money buying ships in the game. You can just basically buy your starter package and earn the rest in-game, exploring and doing all this stuff. So I personally love the current state of the game in its continuous improvement. And I also kind of have the patience and know how to work around a lot of the bugs. And the community in general is really good at helping you work around those issues. Anything you bump into, whether it's, hitting F12 and going to the community chat where you can talk to people, or streams like this, Discords. It's been pretty great. And I mean, they do break stuff. And usually it's like maybe one particular thing, especially like on the Hull seaside. That's been a very challenging thing, which is what we're doing here with this big ass cargo ship. It's had its moments of being really good, and then it's had its moments of not working at all. And that's what people like me are dedicated to doing, is showing you if that's the case. There's still a collection market at Everest. That's weird. You might not be done yet. Yeah. No, there was an Everest mission that didn't finish because we had a lot of stuff. Thanks for all the info, bros. That's awesome. I just get the starter pack and get my way up. I like the grind. Yeah. Yeah, and actually, Smig is the perfect example. He's pretty much gotten all the badass ships you can imagine buying in-game with nothing more than basically his starter upgraded package. So he's spent maybe $60, $70 total, which is pretty much the average cost of a normal game these days. And there are plenty of YouTubers out there. I'm kind of small in that space, but I've got guide videos on grinding up through bounties, through hauling stuff, all kinds of stuff. You can find a bunch of creators that have just a plethora of information on this. How many of are active talking in streams? I don't know. I've heard I'm actually pretty interactive for a streamer. I just like doing that. I like chatting with people. I like answering questions. I like having fun together. So, yeah, anytime, dude. Always feel free to ask questions. Generally, it has one of the nicest communities. You do have your sour apples. You have some weird stuff that'll happen in chat sometimes. But in general, if you have questions, in the community chat about stuff and you're new, most of the time, the community's like, yo, we've been there. We got you. Do this, do this, do this, whatever it is. I just helped a player today in the test build who got stuck in his ship, so I flew out to him and we kind of janked around with the ship a little bit, tried to get him loose, which we ended up getting him out, which is cool. And then we just went our separate ways. It was awesome. But I think it's great. I think, start light, get a good starter pack with a cool little ship you like, and then dive in and have fun. If you've been following it for a while, you might be a little bit better off than some people, but if you jump into this game totally fresh, it can be super overwhelming with all the stuff you can do, all the places you can go. Alright, there's Bygenie Point. Plethora. Yes, I love that word. And if someone tells you to Alt F4 to fix a bug, believe them, because unlike in other games where that's a troll, it really works. It starts... damn it. I'm trying to get over this cough, bro. You're messing me up. Oh, that's great. Oh, man, I can't. Son of... Smig, you're evil. Alright, let's get in here and wrap this up. Let's see. Just a little contract check, because this has been a bit of an adventure with this interesting way of looping stuff around. So we still have 4 contracts. We do have to pick up at least one thing from Aorus. Yeah, another 2459 SU of cargo. So yeah, Bygenie and Tressler. Aorus. Wait, why are we back at Bygenie? Oh, because we got to collect waste to go to Aorus. You know what? I'm just going to come in here first and see what happens. Best way to describe SE is imagine Elite Dangerous and X4 Foundations with none of the tutorials and twice the jank. There you go. That's not bad. We need some space nautical terms. Oh yeah, stick around. Don't worry. There's plenty of those. With my Navy background and my space nerdiness, be all kinds of terms that come around. Between general uses of terms like port and starboard, fore and aft, ventral and dorsal, coming about, all kinds of crap. I got you. You hear all sorts of funny things from me.
Thanks for contacting Cargo Services. Checking for an open slot. Cargo Services.
Oh, alright. Let's organize our
Hey, here's your deck.
vector because, yeah, forget, we are pretty full and coming in very fast. Alright. Full braking. We don't have time to really flip and burn this. And our boost is already gone, actually, so we're going to go ahead and flip and burn anyway. There we go. I forgot how heavy we were as I was coming in. That was rather sloppy of me. Yep. I was in the U.S. Navy for 5 years, from 2012 to 2017. Served aboard the USS Carl Vinson as a weapons tech. Aviation ordnanceman, 2nd class petty officer. So, basically it was a grease monkey. Dealt with the bombs and missiles and such, and lived that ship life for a few years. Turn and burn, you know it. Yeah, usually I've got that sort of planned, and I turn and burn ahead of time. I was a little distracted there. It's been a bit of a long stream for me.
I'm tracking you.
Here we
ahead to
go.
finish position to get your cargo transferred.
Before you start playing, say your goodbyes to friends and family, because this will consume your life. Might be some good advice there.
Hold tight. Start to transfer your cargo.
Yeah, I mean, flip and burn is meant in a basically Newtonian physics sort of atmosphere, or lack of, pun intended. That's why I fly everywhere decoupled. I am always decoupled. The only time I'm coupled, actually, is right now. That's why I jokingly call it my parking brake. Oh, it's kind of funny. There's sort of like boxes scattered around, like leftovers from travel. So many different boxes, dude. We got like waste, ice, hydrogen. It's onloading and offloading stuff at the same time, apparently. It's kind of cool seeing the background communications engine sort of work now with all the different stuff. I like that it's sort of shuffling our stuff around, and we'll see if all the missions do complete, because if they do, then that takes away some of the concern as to whether or not they're going to like forget some boxes. Because I swear that aft dorsal spline there was filling while the rest was taking off. I think we got enough space left for 2,000 SCU of cargo. It's just like, look at, we got that random little pressurized ice 2 skew there. I'm not even gonna mess with it though. I'm gonna see what happens. Yep, I am hauling on the whole sea at the new Experience Stellar grade with the 4.4 release coming out, or what's currently in testing right now. We're experimenting with what used to be our very lucrative missions that have gotten shuffled around quite a bit to where now we're doing a lot of stuff from different stations kind of all together, and I sort of like how it's kind of sloppy. I'm really just testing to see how it works. Deliver 4 hydrogen to Bygenie, so we're at Bygenie. I don't think we collected everything from Aorus. Yeah, this is mostly sloppy because I just grabbed a bunch of missions and started loading stuff. Guy's mad because he was jealous of the Grey Peeps don't care. Alright, here we go. Let's see. I'm just seeing if we're picking anything up now. We're fully stopped. And I think we are picking stuff up. Maybe. I'm actually not sure at this point what's happening. Maybe it's thinking. I very well could have sort of broken it by taking over capacity and some other stuff because cargo's kind of been put all over the place. Let's take a peek real quick. So we got to wrap this up. Contract-wise, we still have 4 contracts accepted. That's going to Aorus, which is on our splines. That we had, and it looks like it delivered all but 2. So I can submit this, in theory. Let's see what happens. Wow. Alright, we're just below the R. This one says it's pretty much done. Minus the 2 SCU, which might be the... Or no, it would be a little yellow canister. Alright, we're going to submit it. Let's check. We got a partial complete of 188 out of that. And our rep hopefully went up and not down. It did go up. Damn. That's a good little chunk. Okay. So what little 2 SU of hydrogen got left? It's not that one, because that's... Actually, it might have got taken, but just not counted. That's happened to us plenty of times in the past. Alright, we're going to set course for Aorus Harbor. Wait, we just came from Aorus, right? So Tressler next? Strand, you're kind of keeping me in check here. For future tests, I think the best course of action would be to run only missions that go from the same point A to B. Yeah, I think so, until we kind of get used to how it's running. I think we might have to go back to Tressler now, if I'm right. Because I think we just came from Aorus. Or did we go from Tressler to Bygenie? Is it Aorus? Either way, we'll find out. Yeah, I definitely still have collection there. We should have enough room to pull it all on board.
Whoa, got an issue. Double check your position and that the loading area is clear.
Oh, don't worry. I'm going to go talk to your twin sister over at Aorus. It's fine. I thought, you know, see, I'm kind of confused. Maybe we did. Maybe we didn't. I don't know. It's been a long day, man. It could have been. So I'm definitely seeing something funny here where it's saying I've only delivered 4 of 797, but I think that's because we haven't collected it all. So like, I know we did fail to deliver at least 2 SCU of 1, but watch us actually pick up that little 2 SKU now. I might have submitted too early. I probably should have hit submit yet. It might have. So this is going to be a good test for the next live stream. What is today? Wednesday? think today's Wednesday. Yeah. So Friday, our focus is going to be a lot of this, a lot of whole C PTU testing with hopefully a couple of updates under our belt and it working a little bit differently, a little bit better. Maybe some progression with Ling and Redwind. It feels really good to at least be in the experienced rank. And based on rep gain, bro, holy shit. Damn it. Quantum travel is still getting interrupted by looking at stuff. We're going to be flying through experienced. My gosh. Nothing says party time like 18 extremely dangerous hours on a flight deck out in the middle of the ocean. You know it, man. So contracted cargo works for any other mission that has the same contracted cargo, if we're right. Yeah, possibly, which could come with its own bit of risk, too. So, like, damn. I wonder if we mess that up, can we go, like, buy 2 SU of hydrogen and just be like, sorry, guys, here you go. I pitched in to make up for that bit that the other company took. Yeah, we'll have to keep this in mind for some more testing on like if some of the contracts are jacking cargo from other contracts. Because to an extent, it is working, but I think like keeping it under capacity and making sure we pick up from one place that drops off to maybe 1 or 2 other places and then picking the missions back up versus like continuously running them. We'll have to see how much chaos the whole sea can handle. I think for the most part, this is really successful. The pickups and drop-offs are working pretty well. We're getting all kinds of different cargo on board. We do have some random stuff in random places, which is kind of funny. It makes it feel a bit less robotic, a bit more alive, a bit more messy. I think that's a good thing. The best practice would probably be to take a bulk pack of missions and run between the stations until they're all completely completed. That is also what I'm thinking. It's kind of like the 2 different ones. You either be very diligent with making sure you go from one pickup to however many drop-offs in one run, or just flow and pick up and drop off as you go. As long as any one spot isn't overcapping you, unless you're able to come back around and see. I really wish I didn't submit that mission early because we might be about to pick up that 2 SU of hydrogen that we were missing. Yeah, fully complete all transfers. The downsides of this would be I need to potentially do multiple laps. Yeah, which I think for the kind of money we're making, I wouldn't really cry about that too much. We're also functioning on a very slow quantum drive right now. Wait a minute. Oh, OM3. That threw me off for a second. I thought it was taking us back 22 gigs away. I was like, hold up. No. That's not where we're supposed to go. Alright, here we go. Doing a couple of node hops before we finish off here. Overcompensating a little bit. There we go. Jeez. Just looking at that stream timer, man, time can get away from you. Holy cow. It is already 17:30. See, community patrol, that's what we're talking about. Somehow I've lost 6 hours of my life hauling in this game today. But I guess it also means that I thought it was 6 hours worth of time well spent. My wife may not agree with that statement. Okay. Get a little zoom in here, a little scan. Kind of just naturally or habitually flying towards the more distal part of the space station. There's a beautiful, polluted Hurston below us. It's not lost time if you don't miss it. Yeah, that's true. Oh, ew, gross. I was decoupled, or I was coupled. That's why we were slowing down. I was like, wait a minute. I'm going way too slow. All right, this time we'll do a proper turn and burn. As long as we make sure we're not heading right towards any little turrets or satellites, which I think we're going to be in the clear. Let's go ahead and start our rotation. It's pretty awesome. go. Hit it. Some rapid decel. We're not quite as heavy as we were before, so that wasn't too bad.
Landing complete. Have a pleasant stay.
Thanks for contacting cargo services. Checking for an open slot.
Good, comfy 20 meters per second. All right, we got our deck assignment. There it is. 2 clicks out. Let's go. If everything goes well, this should be a pretty hefty load that we're gonna... Or no, wait, that's the one I submitted. I don't know anymore. We'll see what we get. We'll pick up what we pick up. We'll drop off what we drop off.
Please proceed to assigned landing area.
Well, we got overlapping voice comms, so really hope they're giving some love to ATC before this goes live. All right, little stick wiggle to stop completely.
Hold tight. Start to transfer your cargo.
No, voices...
Good to go.
Transfer complete. Wait a minute. Okay, Port Tressler. Yeah, I definitely janked this up a bit. I think that was... I think I shouldn't have submitted. I think it just dropped off the last bit of hydrogen.
Thank you. Please visit again.
Thanks for contacting cargo services. Checking for an open slot.
Quantum travel engaged.
Yeah, I think so too. I think we might be glitched up pretty good. It's fine. This is the decoy hull C anyway. We'll see what happens as we go to Tressler here for our final bit. Let me actually see if there's even a reason to do this. We made a good bit of scratch though. We did 5 of the 8 missions. Ah! It only delivered 2 of the 300. Yeah, we glitched up. Yeah. Yep. Actually, yeah. I don't want to submit anything else because this is actually going to end up hurting our rep. So I am actually going to call it there. We'll do a bit more testing. So all this pressurized ice and everything on the outside of the ship, it should have offloaded and it didn't. So we still got some rough patches to work out. We're a little glitchy. We'll do a little bit better about our diligence on the next stream, and I'm going to be practicing off stream as well to see just generally some best practices and see if we got more PTU updates coming. This was kind of a crazy, almost 6-hour stream. Oh shit. I think the update's coming in now, guys, so that was kind of good timing anyway. That's probably why we were getting glitches. Strand, it was actually maybe not our fault as much as it was the server shutting down. Thank you so much, guys. Anybody who stuck around after the raid, or anybody who just hung out in general, I always appreciate it. Love you guys. I look forward to having a lot more fun. Everest, yeah, normally is pretty bugged, generally. It's notoriously been a problem in all previous patches, to be honest. But I'm going to wrap it out there, my friends. Thank you so much again. I'll be live tomorrow, if everything goes according to plan, on some Battlefield. And then Friday, we'll be back at it on some Star Citizen. So till then, catch you guys later. Yeah, not much in real life goes perfect either. I appreciate it. It was CIG all along. Yes.